All right, hopefully we get some audio here. We're going to be talking about winners and losers in this war. So give me a minute. Obviously, the Ayatollah's deceased, but I put him in a graphic anyway because Iran is still in this. So I put him in a graphic regardless. EZ, let me know if you got audio working tonight. Okay, if you can hear it so I don't have to reset it or whatever the case may be. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much. So give me a minute and we'll get the live streams going. We're going to be on all the typical spots: Instagram, YouTube, Clapper, Substack, TikTok, and of course here on YouTube. So give me a minute while I get my last platform up. Uh I don't know why that's doing all of that. That's doing way too much. Way too much. I see in the comments, Tim, you're not watching the World Cup. No. It's not something I'm really interested in. I mean, no. I don't, to be honest with you, I don't even watch the Olympics. I don't even watch a lot of the Olympics other than maybe a few sports. Like I'll watch boxing or basketball. The Winter Olympics, almost none of that. So I don't watch, certainly not the World Cup. Handsome Conservative says, I had a dream that the Democrats and Republicans came together with one goal, a new world order, all in support of supporting your local liberal. You know, we don't want a new world order, obviously, but if the Republicans and the Democrats could come together, there is some value in that. But different times, conservative, definitely different times. I think when Obama became president, I wish I could cue it up right now. I don't have it queued up, but I think he gave a speech indicating that I'm not the president of Democrats or the president of Republicans. I'm the president of everybody. That's a pretty unifying statement to make. And like I said, different day and time, you're not going to get anything like that from Trump. So maybe a different leader in the future. Now, and I love your message. Said I had a dream that Democrats and Republicans came together with one goal. I like all of that. The rest of it, not so much. I don't want New World Order, but yeah, I don't think you're going to get the Democrats and Republicans coming together. I mean, keep in mind, Trump is currently saying that all Democrats hate America. So who the hell wants to unite with the Democrats if you believe they hate America like Trump is saying? So he's kind of guaranteed that there won't be much in terms of unity, at least while he's president. It may happen in the future, but I think Trump is cashing in on division. He doesn't even want unity. So, welcome to the program, folks. Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We're going to be talking about winners and losers in regards to the Iranian excursion, conflict, war. Now, the right, make no mistake about it, the right does not really want to call this a war. Simply put, it was not approved by Congress. And I want to make sure I got my Wi-Fi on over here. It wasn't approved by Congress, so the right doesn't want to officially call this a war. Because if it is, if it's deemed a war, then that means it's an illegal war. So in protection of Trump, the right is saying it's anything but a war. We can argue over the semantics of it, but fact is, history will label this a war. They're not going to label this an excursion or a conflict. When you talk about what happened with America and Iran under President Trump, it will be listed as the Iran War. That's just the way it is. But in defense of Trump, the goal is, I suppose, not to call it that. But we're going to be talking in terms of winners and losers, and I do want to run a couple clips by you because hopefully this will make it make sense. Now, Trump is stating frantically, for lack of a better term, that we have a deal. He is indicating that we have a deal, but the problem is the terms. We don't know. I want to give you a clip here because Trump was asked. You know, Trump likes to brag about accomplishments. Iran's not going to get a nuclear bomb. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be open. Whatever the case may be, when Trump accomplishes things that he believes are beneficial to America, he's known to brag. There's no denying he is known to brag. But I want you to hear this because he was asked about releasing the terms of this deal that we've allegedly made with Iran. And by the way, for my folks on TikTok, I need you to tap the screen, get the likes on up. It's got the broadcast is unusually low. It's because you guys haven't tapped the screen. But I want you to hear this because a reporter does ask Trump, if you're talking about a deal that's been made with Iran, you care to release the terms of said deal? And I want you to hear a bit of Trump's answer because I think it is kind of telling.
But it could go fast.
There's so much interest in the text of the document. Why not release the
Oh, I
document?
will.
Why not release it?
Well,
before
because
Congress?
I'd like to get a formal setting first before we do that. But I have no problem with that. It's a good document. Here's what it says. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's what it says. It won't have one. To develop, they will not have a nuclear weapon. And I would say that's about 99.9% of what I wanted, because we couldn't let that happen. You couldn't let that happen. And they won't have a nuclear weapon. Now, in addition to that, the Strait is going to be open toll-free. And it's toll-free beyond the 60 days. It's not, somebody said, oh, it's toll-free for 6. No. It's toll-free, period. When it opens permanently, it'll be toll-free. I want to congratulate our Navy because the naval blockade was unbelievable. But I'll not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word so that the press covers it accurately. Because it's a very important document. And
now, let's be clear. Now, he says Iran is not going to have a nuclear weapon. He makes that clear. He makes it clear the Strait will be open. Those are the things that America wants in this war. Those are two of the biggest things that America wants. Notice he's not mentioning anything that Iran gets. You think Iran just entered a deal to open up the Straits and not have a nuclear weapon and they didn't get anything out of it? You notice he's not mentioning that part, and that part does exist, which is why the reporter is asking him, why don't you release the terms of the deal? And you hear Trump saying, well, I may have a press conference because I don't want the media to fuck it up or whatever the case may be. But he's hiding. I think it seems pretty apparent that he don't want to talk about what the Iranians got out of this deal. And that's probably going to be really big news because listening to Trump, so far he hasn't said they've gotten anything. And we know that's not the case. Handsome Conservative in the comments says, some say he's a dreamer. Some say he's a man of wisdom. Some say he is a TikTok legend, which I am not. I say that we should all come together and support your handsome liberal. I like that. That's certainly more achievable. Yes, indeed, I am indeed a dreamer. Sometimes it turns into nightmares. Handsome Conservative, thank you for all your support. I appreciate that. So I do want you to, in addition to Trump not releasing the documents, I want you to hear, this is a local report from a Fox affiliate down in Houston, Texas. And now they're telling this to Houstonians. There's a lot of blood red Republicans, true blue, red-blooded Republicans down in Houston. This is a Fox local affiliate reporting this story.
Well, will you be paying to rebuild Iran? President Trump announcing another 60-day tentative deal with Iran set to be signed on Friday. Parts of the deal reportedly include fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz when the deal is signed, and the United States and U.S. allies giving Iran $300 billion for reconstruction for damage caused by the war. That deal is set to be signed on Friday. National intelligence still
$300 billion. Now, obviously, this is going to be a big story because of how bad the Obama administration with the JCPOA was hammered for giving Iranians money. It was nowhere near $300 billion. What the Iranians are doing is saying, you destroyed our fucking country. You got to pay for us to rebuild. This is nation building. This is what we didn't want after George W. Bush. No more forever wars and nation building. We are literally going to, not only did we spend billions of dollars blowing the hell up out of all of the Iranian infrastructure, blowing up bridges and shit, blowing up water desalination plants. Handsome conservative, you'll remember that one. So now we're going to pay to rebuild it all. Now we're going to pay, so they're going to get brand new shit out of this. So we don't blew up a bunch of stuff that was probably aging, some of it was probably rotting, whatever. They're going to get brand new infrastructure thanks to the United States. And we spent billions in tomahawks and rockets and shit, spent all of our money blowing this stuff up. And now we're going to spend all of our money repairing it. Somebody explain to me how there's a victory in this anywhere. How there is a victory in this anywhere. I just do not see this whatsoever. But somebody, I got to get some mag on here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I think TikTok may be censoring the program a bit because the viewership is so low. It's not like that on the other platforms. So I think that TikTok, for some reason, you start talking about the Iran war. I think TikTok is starting to censor it. But $300 billion, and I see in the comments, Rod says 324. It's a ridiculous sum. I don't think Obama gave them two. I don't think Obama unfroze not even $2 billion of Iranian assets. The Trump administration, we're talking 300. So that's over 150 times what Obama did. Wow. Now, the Trump administration is going to obviously spend this. You can't leave this out there like that. After bashing the Obama administration for so long, they got to come up with a way of making it sound like money is not going to the Iranians, which is why Trump is hesitant so far to tell us the full terms of the deal. What is Iran getting to end this war? We're getting the Strait of Hormuz. We're getting them promising not to develop a nuclear bomb. What are they getting? You're not hearing that from the Trump administration. They are getting something. In addition to the 300 plus billion, the leadership in Iran is saying they plan on charging a toll to go through the Strait of Hormuz. So Trump is releasing statements that the Strait of Hormuz will become free-flowing international waters again. Iran is disagreeing with that. They are disagreeing with that. So I'm going to say, right, at least for now, even though Trump is happily watching the stock market do well, the Dow is over 50,000 or whatever the case may be. Shout out to Pam Bondi. The Dow is now 53,000 or something. But understand the information coming from Trump may not be long lasting. That we have a deal with Iran and the strait is open and they're not going to get a nuclear weapon and all that. Understand that what's coming out of Iran is different than what Trump is saying. And every single time that has happened so far during this war, it has led to what Trump's saying not coming true. Trump has been saying that they're begging for a ceasefire and we're close to a deal since the war began. And Iran has been constantly saying that is not true. And as a result, you have not seen a ceasefire or any of the stuff Trump is claiming. So right now, Trump is claiming that the war is over and they've came to a deal. But understand, as long as Iran is releasing statements that are contrary to what Trump is saying, I'm going to submit to you, and I understand it may seem odd for an American to be on the opposite side of an American president in favor of the enemy. But I'm going to tell you, until the Iranians are saying the same shit Trump is, do not take Trump's words at face value. I think we got enough evidence by now. At this point, it's overwhelming evidence that what Trump says in regards to the Iranian war is not always true. It's not always going to come true. So I'm just simply saying that. In the comments, I'm getting criticized heavily. I got to read this one coming from Censored Sergeant. Love the name. You don't censor a sergeant. We don't ever censor you here, Sergeant. He says, you don't deserve a MAGA hat. Ex-Sergeant USAF. Shout out to you. Thank you for your service there, sir. Even if you're MAGA, we don't block, ban, or censor. So understand when we say zero censorship, you can be critical of the host on this damn program. Despite our politics, we are MAGA friendly. We don't believe in censoring anyone. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. So you don't have to worry about anybody on the program trying to censor you despite whatever your politics may be. That is how free speech works. In the comments, though, TDS Trump delusional supporters says stoned Stony. But I'm just simply saying, I see in the comments, Censor Sergeant said Trump is destroying the crooked CIA operations. Really? While he's in control of the CIA? Trump is destroying the crooked CIA operations while he is in control of the CIA. Okay. He's the same guy that told you the FBI was present on January 6th while he was in control of the FBI. He's the same guy that told you the IRS leaked his taxes while he was in control of the IRS. He's the same guy that told you the election was stolen while he was in charge of the country. So just understand where you're going with some of this stuff. He's basically telling you, perhaps maybe I'm an incompetent leader and things only go wrong when I'm in charge. Because when he won the election under Obama's watch, and when he won the election under Biden's watch, it was suddenly free and fair. The only election he's claiming that was unfair is the one that he was in control of. He was president for. So keep that in mind. Looking in the comments, why Friday, another market manipulation Friday? There's no deal, same old scripts as a pimp named Furback. Probably so. Probably so. So we're going to talk about this, talk about winners and losers, et cetera, and why Trump is not releasing the, why he's not releasing the terms of this deal all the way until Friday. I kind of think Furback may be onto something, but I want you to hear this. This is Trump also saying something that I think mainly the far left, Genocide Joe has got to go. Remember that old chant? The far left did not like Joe Biden for him not handling Israel. Listen to what Trump is saying here. He sounds very similar to that chant.
And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they'll do a better job of doing it.
Israel, can this deal survive if Israel attacks Lebanon?
It can, and I consider that the minor war, the Iran's the big one, but we have that a little pinprick out there that constantly rears its head, and that's Hezbollah. And, I was very responsible for Syria, and the man that's running Syria now is a person that I put there along with President Erdogan and some others.
Now, before I play the last 30 seconds of this, I want you guys to understand something. Now, I mentioned this earlier in the program. This is probably a month or two ago. I asked a caller if he could ever foresee President Trump, when the going got tough, throwing Benjamin Netanyahu under the bus. I'm going to submit to you that this video is the opening salvo to that happening. He's already stated that he believes, and thank you, Rod S. for the hat mustache, appreciate it. He's stating in the video right now that Syria would do a better job tackling Hezbollah than Israel. Now, Israel's obviously being led by his, I suppose, his partner, because him and Netanyahu has done it. They've really gotten along very well so far. But now you're hearing them say that Syria would do better taking care of Hezbollah than Israel. So Netanyahu obviously is not going to like that. But I want you to hear him state why.
Job of pulling it together. He's not a Boy Scout, but he's done an amazing job of pulling it together. And he is very good with Hezbollah, does not like them. And I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you.
So he just admitted Israel's killing a lot of innocent people. He just admitted it. He said you don't have to knock down a whole apartment complex when you're looking for one dude, or he said for some guy. He said guy in a singular sense. So he is admitting that when Israel is looking for one person, they take down whole apartment complexes. And you hear him clearly state that there's a whole lot of innocent people in that apartment complex. So he just pretty much admitted that Israel's committing war crimes. Now, obviously, we probably do the same shit, but he's not going to admit that. But he did just put Netanyahu. This is what I'm saying when I say throwing Netanyahu under the bus. He just admitted the guy's committing war crimes. I want to hear that just real quick again, briefly, and we'll start taking calls. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 10,000, or 15th now. Wow. Tap the screen and we'll certainly get to taking calls.
You have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you.
He's calling it an apartment house, but he's talking about an apartment building. So that's crazy that Trump is admitting that. And he's saying that Syria would do a better job taking care of Hezbollah for the obvious reason. Israel's killing too many innocent people. So there you go. That's kind of the genocide Joe has got to go statement, that we were backing Israel under Joe Biden and that Israel's committing acts of genocide. Now you're hearing Trump indicate that they're killing too many innocent people. This last one before we start taking calls is pretty quick. I just want to get you guys' opinion on this. This is not something we normally cover, but it is in the news, and America has ties to this.
Today is a big moment for our country. This is a big step, real change for our children and our future. Because today I can announce that the government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16. Every parent can see it with their own eyes. Social media is making children unhappy. It's making it easier for bullies to harass and abuse them. And it could even be harming their mental health, exposing them to content that is dangerous, because that's what grabs the attention.
I'm curious, how many of you folks agree with that? Yes or no? How many of you agree with the UK under 16? So 16 is, look, you can commit a felony at 16 and be charged as an adult. So 16, if they had said 10 or 11, not, I mean, 16 is not, we consider 16 to be a child at our age, but 16, you can do a lot at 16. You can certainly be, in America, you can fire an AR-15 way before 16. But let me know in the comments, how many of you folks, yes or no, agree with what the United Kingdom has done? All children 16 and under, no access to Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, just banned all social media. Wow. That would be huge in America. And the reason I stated, I see some folks are saying yes, some are saying no. The reason I stated that this has apparent ties to the United States is apparently because we do have a huge stake in a lot of those social media platforms. Apparently, there were Americans in defense of the tech bros behind the scenes trying to get this stopped. There were Americans that were on behalf of Snapchat and TikTok and some of those companies trying to prevent the UK from doing this. Go figure. But I mean, obviously, the companies that are going to be, I mean, that's a huge customer base they're losing, because there are people that advertise toys and clothes and stuff to those minors on these sites. So you're going to lose a ton of advertising revenue. But there were Americans behind the scenes trying to get this stopped. Go figure. So we're going to talk about those things. And last but not least, I saw this on the internet. I'll end up talking about it briefly, but I'm going to go ahead and start taking calls. This year, we don't want to get too deep into this, but I saw this on somebody else's page, and I just wanted to get your opinion from it. It says, do you believe that there are two different Americas? And it shows an African-American kid looking kind of like Trayvon Martin walking with a hoodie on and a backpack. And it shows a white kid walking with a backpack on, a pair of khakis and a polo shirt. And then they got all these signs around the black kid that says racial profiling, I can't breathe, and higher incarceration rates, limited opportunities, systemic racism. And around the white kid has got quality education, fair treatment, financial privilege, whatever that is, safe neighborhoods, wealth generation advantage, and more opportunities. So do you see is there any realism to that? Or is that just somebody's pipe dream? We'll talk about all that. So tap the screen, looking straight in the comments. You guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. This is the Handsome Liberal, and we're off. Looking in the comments, not only do I agree with that, America should do it on the principle of giving a shit about your child. You talk about being pro-life, handsome conservative. I would submit to you that America does a lot of things that indicate they don't give a shit about your children. I keep bringing up the fact that Charlie Kirk said children shouldn't even get free lunches in schools. So, I don't think America gives a shit about your child. Your child could go to school and not even come home at the end of the day due to gunfire, and they'll just say thoughts and prayers. I don't think America really cares about your kids at all. I mean, when you think about how many children are being lost in schools and what we've done to try to stop that, it's virtually nothing. We've done virtually nothing to stop children from losing their lives in school. So I would submit to you, we don't seem to care about kids to any significant level. Appreciate that Galaxy there, Blue One Banks. Going straight to the box, we'll start the program off with Top Dog. Good evening, Top Dog. Welcome to the program. So winners and losers in Iran. Looks like it's giving me some trouble bringing up Top Dog. All I'm saying is social media for children has never been good for you. Should agree with that. There's probably some good if you really think about it. I agree there's a lot of bad. Do you agree with that? Good evening, Top Dog. Do you agree with getting rid of social media for children under 16?
Man, nah, because I just know badass kids, they're going to sneak and do it anyway.
Yeah, they may sneak and do drugs, but that don't mean you leave it legal. That's because they can sneak and do it.
Nah. I mean, yeah, but nah, I wouldn't change that with no kids in social media. Them kids gonna do that. That's they gonna find other social media sites and it's gonna be the same thing.
Do you believe social media? Do you believe what the Prime Minister Starmer said, that social media is harmful to children?
It can be.
Then why would you
It
leave
can be
it legal?
addictive. I mean, I think social media is addictive to grown people too. Because I mean, so it's getting all of us. We are addicted to social media right now, even those grown men and grown women.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
but I mean, if you're agreeing,
now, you know?
but if you're agreeing that it's harmful, why would you leave it accessible to children?
Because I believe they're still gonna. It's gonna be something that compensates. If they take away, so you have to be 16 to get on Facebook. It's gonna be another social media site they're all gonna go to, and it's still gonna be the same thing. Nothing's gonna change.
Well, they also banned, and it wasn't mentioned here, but they banned talking to strangers online. So if you're under 16, it's against the law to talk to a stranger. So that means that strangers can't talk to you either. So adults,
I'm cool with that.
But you're saying they'll find it anyway. So what I'm curious, I guess what I would ask you then, why would you ban alcohol for minors or cigarettes for minors? They're going to find a way to do it anyway, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, you're right. But I mean, somebody's drinking a sip of wine and drinking some alcohol, to me, is different than being on social media, Tim. They're both addictive. You're right. Mm-hmm. But those are two different things, you know.
So you would ban alcohol and tobacco for children?
Sure.
But you won't ban social media, even though you're admitting it's addictive and potentially harmful as well.
Nah, because they're still going to do it.
But they're still doing alcohol and cigarettes as well.
Let me ask you this, Tim. How could you ban social media from kids? How did you do it?
The same way you've banned alcohol and cigarettes. I mean, Pornhub is banned from children. I mean, do you want to, well, they may find a way on the site anyway. You want to just legalize that?
Maybe, come on, that's Pornhub, Tim. But we talking about just regular, like a Facebook. I don't see no point in banning, Tim. That's all.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out your logic on it. You're saying there's no need to ban it because they're going to get access to it anyway. And I'm pointing to all sorts of other things we've banned from children that they're clearly getting access to. So I'm wondering why not lift the bans?
So what's the point? Like you said, they ban marijuana, they still get access to it. Still get access to it.
Because if you ban it,
if they want it, they're gonna find it. If they don't want it, they won't find it. Period.
Because if you ban it, some folks will adhere to the ban, is what I'm saying, Top Dog. Yeah, they're going to be folks, like for instance, there are some children that will say, look, I'm not going to do it because it's illegal. Everybody's not going to break the law.
Okay, that's cool. All right.
Okay, so
I just believe, they're gonna put it like this. I believe the reason why they want them off social media, one of the reasons, Tim, is the time. They're always on there 24/7. These kids are on the social media site, so that's probably one of the issues. So I get that.
Yeah,
the time, the kids they spend their all damn day on social media. So
I kind of wonder
I,
now.
I see grown people be on social media all day. I gotta deactivate my social media apps at times because I be on there so damn much.
I mean, I kind of wonder if you ban social media, what would kids do with all that time? You expect them to sit around playing board games now?
No, that's what I say. They're gonna find something else to get into. There's gonna be another website. They're gonna find a way to hack another type of site, a grown site. They'll figure it out now. That's just what they're gonna do, Tim.
I know.
I raised 3 kids, and they was teenagers, Tim, and they was all over the damn place. They did everything they weren't supposed to. So I know teenagers are gonna do what they want to do, and in today's society, for damn sure.
Yeah, my daughter said the same thing. My daughter's right at the age of becoming legal for this particular topic, and I told her, and she was like, "We would just find another way to get it." The first thing she said.
Oh shit! Why are you arguing with me, Tim?
Because I support the ban. I still support the ban, though.
Why you arguing with your daughter? Said, yeah, they're gonna find a way to do it. Like I said, Tim, raised 3 teenagers, the solo parent. So my kids, they was all over the place. They graduated high school and did everything good. They in college, but they snuck out. They took my car, they're supposed to be over here, they're supposed to be over here. All bullshit that come with being a happy teenagers. I dealt with it, so I don't really put nothing past teenagers no more, Tim. I really don't.
I guess where you're throwing me off, and the reason why I'm arguing with you, because I do support the ban, but even though I agree that some kids are going to find a way to go around it, but the question, like I said, if we're going to go with, why have a ban if they're going to just find, this is kind of like the gun debate. If you ban guns, criminals will always be to find a way to get guns. Then why have laws to begin with? Because people are always going to find a way to break a law. So why even have a law of anything?
Well, like you just said, Tim, some people won't break the law. I know certain people that won't break the law. Like, they don't speed. They don't, like in Oklahoma, we got medical marijuana. I know a lot of people did not smoke, but now it's medical. They'll smoke now, so.
Yeah, some people,
everybody don't break the law.
That's me. And see, maybe I take that to heart because that's me. People often ask me, why you never tried alcohol? Why you never tried marijuana, any drug? And that is my common response. When they said, don't do it, I just said, okay, that makes sense to me. When I was in 9th grade in health class, I'm telling you, I was in 9th grade in health class, and they're showing us the class drugs and what all this shit can do to people if you take it. And I just said, it makes sense to not take it, like what you're saying. I see these people laying here dead, and they kind of make sense. And I never tried it. So, I just never tried it. So everybody's not going to break the law.
I have family members that way, Tim. They would not smoke marijuana, wouldn't be around, but when the law switched and they got their medical license, they smoke more. They smoke more than Ching and Chong now.
Yeah.
It was the law. They just didn't do it. You know what I mean? So certain people will obey the law, like you said.
Yeah. Well, even though some products like marijuana, which I believe, even though I've never tried it, I would have no problem legalizing that because I have never heard of anybody passing away due to marijuana usage. So I think we've greatly overcriminalized marijuana. I just think it should have been, because tobacco and alcohol, at least from what I can see, are considerably more harmful than marijuana. Yet marijuana's had they've been treating marijuana for years like it's heroin. I never understood that.
I just believe what I hear the old timers say about that, Tim. The government, they can't tax it. They can't make money off of it. I mean, they're doing it now, of course, with the medical marijuana, but through the history, they couldn't tax it because it's a cash crop. So we can't control it. We can't control it. We can't keep track of it. Yeah, we're not going to make it legal. We can control the alcohol somewhat. We control the tobacco somewhat, but we can't control it. So we're going to go alcohol.
So they, by way of incarceration, ruined probably millions of people's lives. Certainly in the Black community, millions of people's lives have been ruined for marijuana incarceration, marijuana charges, and things like that. And it's just because they couldn't tax it.
Yeah. They want to control it. And another thing, Tim. Yeah, they did a lot of damage in the black community, but they put a lot of all races in jail, prison, long term.
Oh yeah. But the overput.
Yeah.
I'm going to point out the black community because just a saturation of law enforcement. So even though every study in the book suggested whites in other races use drugs just as much as blacks. Yeah, but if you got police coming down your block more often than somebody else, they're going to catch more people in your neighborhood.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that's how it happens.
Yeah, there's more saturation. So let me ask you in regards to the ongoing topic, the big topic, winners and losers with this Iran war. Trump says the war is over, and he's kind of hesitant on releasing the terms. He's indicating the Strait of Hormuz will remain open. He's indicating that they're not going to develop a nuclear bomb. So he's making it sound like America's gotten what they wanted out of this. But he's not making it clear what Iran got out of this, if anything at all. What do you think is going on? Why is he not releasing the terms?
Well, Tim, we ain't gonna play no games, Tim. We not even gonna play like we stupid. We know now he's not released because it's favorable. He got what he somewhat. We don't know. I don't believe nothing Trump say, but I guarantee you they got that $300 billion, that money. I guarantee you Iran got some money out the deal for sure. For sure got money, and that's why they don't want to release the stipulations of the agreement because he know he's going to get the backlash. He know the backlash is coming. He just hold out on it, Tim. He know it's coming.
After all of the
Yep, because you cried about Obama giving away this 1.2 billion, stack piles of cash. Now you just gave away 400. You finna rebuild a whole other country. Once again, we rebuild it again. Our tax money going over there again. That's why I see thing with Trump, Tim. This is how he's getting his payback. Everything that he complained about is on to him. He cried about Joe Biden being asleep. Look what's going on. He cried about Joe Biden having medical issues. Look at his ass. He cried about Obama giving away 1.2. You giving away 300 billion possible. You know what I mean?
Well, let's clarify a couple of things. As Louise Miguel is rightfully pointing out in the comments, all of this is frozen Iranian money. So Obama never. And I'll tell you something. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me say this. Hang on a second. Hold on. Let me say this. First of all, we never under the Obama administration gave any money to Iran. It was their own frozen money. But I do want to say it like this. Now that it appears that Trump may be on the cusp of releasing frozen money of Iran, they're suddenly on the MAGA side going to understand now that it wasn't about us giving the money. All of a sudden now they're going to be saying, no, it's Iran's money. But under Obama, they were adamant it was our money.
Okay, that's cool, Tim, man. Well, I mean, we don't MAGA gonna stick with Trump and be some dumbasses and keep falling down the rabbit hole like a piece of shit anyway. So you're gonna let MAGA do their thing. But the other Americans, we not stupid. We not dumb. You're going to give them the money. They're not going to sign a peace deal without any money on the table, Tim. That don't even make sense for anybody to do. After you just blew up my whole country, we're not going to get any money. Trump and J.D. Vance, he was on The View. I mean, he was on one of those
He was on The View. This is more. I saw him on The View.
Yeah, well, they asked him, are they going to get any money? No, he didn't say no. Yeah, he know they're going to get money. He don't want the backlash. The backlash is coming.
How could you be part of the Trump administration and not like backlash? That's every day.
Because look how bad they talk shit about the Obama administration.
Yeah.
That's why. That's the issue. They talk so much shit. Obama gave him 1.2 on a tarmac with a pile of money, cash, all that, and you giving them $200 billion. You can't defend that shit.
After all of that backlash about Obama giving the Iranians, do you really think Trump is going to give them $300 billion? I mean, is Trump going to come out and say that?
No, but I don't. It might not be all of America putting in on that 300, but we're gonna put in on that 300, Tim, for damn sure. We putting in on it. It might be the other countries around might put in on it, but we're gonna put in on it too. A big chunk of change on it.
Who the hell? What other country would put in money on this? They didn't ask for the war. They didn't agree with us.
Well, I'm going off what J.D. Vance said on the interview. He said the UAE, other countries in the coast, they're gonna go in, and it's not just us, and so whoever those guys is, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to me. I mean, because we know the NATO member nations, Trump could barely even get them to help out at all. All of a sudden, they just gonna flood Iran with money at our behest. I mean, we've cost those nations. They're paying more for gas, just like we are, and it's hit them harder. Trump's attack on Iran and Iran closing down the Strait of Hormuz has hit our NATO member allies harder than it's hit us, and we know it's hit us. So why the hell would they then flood Iran with money on Trump's behalf? I can't imagine that.
Well, like you said, that's what J.D. Vance said. We know he's full of shit.
Yeah.
He lied just like Trump, so I don't believe nothing he's saying. You know,
Yeah.
it might be America giving them $300 billion over X amount of time, but we're going to pay for what we tore up over there. They're not going to sign that deal without us. You know, they
Wow.
get something out the deal, Tim.
What
In
a-
America, and I MAGA, I don't want to hear shit from MAGA. Oh, you know, it was their money. No, it wasn't. I don't give a damn what they say. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It's our money.
Well,
No,
it doesn't matter whose money.
and then let me just say this real quick, Tim. And then they talk about Iran is the number one sponsor of what?
Of terrorism.
Terrorism, right?
Yeah.
So you think they get 300, any type of money come in over, you think they're not going to put that money back towards that? So
That's-
we're going to fund this shit again. We're going to fund it again. $300 billion worth of, they might not get a nuke, but we can get all other type of shit. You hear me? We can get all other type of shit, Tim.
Yeah. So what are you saying? But this is going to happen again in the future? We're going to be dealing with these people again?
I kind of believe, really, they really wasn't the issue in the first place. I mean, of course, you got to keep your eyes on them, but I don't feel like it was enough for us to go do what we done to them. Nah.
So you believe Trump's attack on Iran was not necessary, it was an optional venture.
Yeah, it was some bully shit, just being a bully. He thought he was going to go over there and then make those big, maybe he made those big old threats. He thought they was going to, fold their tent. No, they didn't do that, Tim. Iran, I did a year in Iraq and a year in Afghanistan. When I learned about those people, Tim, they don't have to win. We just got to survive. We just got to survive. As long as we survive, to our people, we're winning. We're taking on the biggest country. We're taking on the biggest powerhouse in the world, America. We might not be, we might be getting our ass whooped, but we still here. We still fight. So that's their mentality. They know they can't beat America, but guess what? To our people, we still fighting.
It kind of sounds like the hip hop song "I'm Still in This Bitch." I think I've heard that before. Yeah, we still in this bitch. I gotta move it on, Top Dog, but that's crazy. And thank you for your service as always. Were any of those, real quick before I let you go? You've been in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you believe any of those were necessary?
Wait, with no weapons of mass, what they said was over there, and nah, because at the end of the day, where did we find Osama at? He was in Pakistan.
Pakistan.
So
Wow.
so nah.
How many
It was
did we lost 6,000 plus in Iraq? How many did we lose in Afghanistan? Do you know? I don't know. They didn't publicize
I think
that.
between 25 and 4,500, I believe. I don't know the exact number. I used to keep up with it, but I don't remember, Tim.
Wow.
Yeah, but when we was over there, Tim, and then what was crazy about being over there, Tim, a lot of those people, they don't even know about, they just know we over there. They don't even know why we over there. They didn't, when I talk to the local national, they just know we here. They really don't know what's we behind. They don't know. They just know we here. So those people think, Tim, they just got to survive. They survive, they win it.
Wow. And they're still there, including the Taliban, so they all
They're
survived.
still there, yeah.
Yep,
Those
yep.
people, Tim, those people are rough. All they have is religion. They don't have fancy cars, fancy houses, fancy jewelry. So all they live for is religion. Their religion is everything. So for them to fight for their religion, they're gonna do it. And they gonna do it. They. Let me tell you something, Tim. I was over there one time. It was an interview with, I think it was Osama, or it was another one. I can't think of his name over there. He got unalived in like June 2006. Zarqawi. He made a video one time, and this shit scared the shit out of me, Tim. He said the difference between America and us, y'all cherish life, we cherish death.
Ooh.
And that right there, that right there, like, oh shit, we plan to we going to get some real motherfuckers, because I really do cherish life. I really do want to get back home. They not worried about getting back home.
That would be disheartening to hear somebody tell me. Your enemy say some shit like that, man.
Yeah.
Fuck, maybe it's time to call this shit off.
Yeah, they ain't worried about getting back home. We all worried about getting back home.
The problem is the people that deployed you over there, they don't cherish your life either.
Nah, Tim. They just got to get a mission done. They just gonna get the mission done so they can get their promotion.
Yeah.
And get everything they need. We just numbers. One time I heard a drill sergeant tell us. One time he said y'all was replaced before y'all got here, and I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, Tim, for a long time. He said you was replaced before you got here. I was like, that don't even make sense, but it make a lot of sense. We got so many people. We replace you just like that. You was replaced before you got here. You know, so yeah, we just numbers. When you're in the military, you overseas, you're just a number.
Keep in
We
mind,
need numbers.
they are the ones that's supposed to be the largest sponsor of terrorism. It's supposed to be them. They're the bad guys, right? I got to move it on top, dog. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Anytime. Great conversation. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 40,000. That's, man. It's just, that gives you a lot to think about. Wow. You guys cherish life. We cherish death. Anyway, tap the screen. If you think Trump cares more about you than Biden or Obama or George Bush, and you are completely brainwashed by the deep state. You guys said fight the deep state, and then they brainwashed you. Says I think that says Matt. Wow. What the heck does that say? I'm going to put on my spectacles to read this one. Coming from Winston, says fuck Trumpstein and the GD Republicans forever and ever. You're not a fan of the Republicans, huh, Winston? Elites have always hated us, but too many idiots to know what's going on or care. Well, when you just think about when you hear folks defending the wealthy in this country, there are plenty of poor that defend the rich. I mean, so there you go. No politician or any corporation cares about any average American. If you stand up for them, they are laughing at you behind the scenes. I tend to agree with that a little bit. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 35,000. We'll continue on with the program. And the Trump administration is indeed not releasing what's in those, what is the terms that Iran is getting out of the deal. But Obama had something to say, indicating that he knew Trump wasn't going to do much better than the JCPOA.
Wrestling with the threat of a nuclear Iran. How do you think things are being handled right now there?
It is doubtful that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place, and had worked for a long stretch of time before the United States pulled out of it. So I'm hopeful that bombing stops and ordinary people are no longer suffering as a consequence of the war. And then in retrospect, it's a reminder that on a lot of difficult foreign policy problems, the notion that we can just bully our way or bomb our way to solutions may sometimes seem appealing, but the fact of the matter is that taking the time to explore diplomacy and exhaust the possibilities of coming up with deals that don't solve 100% of the problem, but solve 80, 90% of the problem, while avoiding the necessity of going to war.
Now, he makes a point. Why didn't Trump try diplomacy? You hear him saying that, you can't, we got to get past the notion that you can bomb your way into glory. Why? I mean, because Trump is the one that's supposed to be the art of the deal maker. Why didn't Trump try that? Because, look, since Trump became president, we know all we've heard from the Trump camp are threats towards Iran. So Trump has basically never tried diplomacy. And if you think you can be negotiating terms with somebody while threatening to kill them, then you need to think again. That's not diplomacy. That's not how diplomacy works, where you're telling people, we're going to sit down and work out a deal. If you don't agree to this deal, we're going to kill you. That's not diplomacy. And that's exactly what Trump was doing the whole time he's been in office. That's all he's been doing constantly, is threatening to kill the folks. So Obama makes a good point. Why didn't we try diplomacy? Not to say that it would have guaranteed success, but it seemed like you would do that before skipping all the way to war. Who knows? But I think Obama makes a good point there. Tap the screen, get us up to 35,000. We'll continue on with Lewis. Good evening, Lewis. Welcome to the program, one of my subscribers. 9 out of 10, only Moonshine Mitchell gives Democrats a run for their money, huh? Trump is the worst, and he loves Chomo. Yikes. Lewis, good evening.
Hey, how's it going, Tim?
It's going all right. Have you've probably heard Trump suggesting that we've come to a deal with Iran? Have you heard that?
And the funny thing about it, what did we get out of this deal that we didn't already have?
It's a good question. Well, according to Trump, it depends on who you listen to. Because Trump is saying they're not going to develop a nuclear bomb and the Strait of Hormuz will be open. Now, the Strait was obviously already open.
They weren't doing that anyway.
Depends on who you listen to. Because Trump is saying that they were developing a bomb and they were only weeks away from getting it and they were going to use it. That's what Trump has stated.
But not from his intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard said that she knew that it wasn't. So my thing is that he's got his own intelligence.
Well, he says
telling him that. No, he's listening. He's listening to Netanyahu. Told him, been saying that for almost 40 years. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And Tim, this is the way I feel about the nuclear stuff. I think if I was in that region, if I was any country in that region, I would be trying to get a nuclear bomb either, because those are the only people that don't get messed with.
Damn right. Damn right. And I say that even now, because we've been talking about, particularly from the administration, they're saying you can't trust Iran and all of this stuff. I'm going to push back and say after what Trump did with Obama's deal, they got to be thinking you can't trust America either. But I agree with you 100%. If I'm Iran, I'm trying every backdoor method from this point until I pass away to get my country some kind of atomic weapon. Because you're right. It's only going to be a matter of time before the United States or some Western countries going to come back making threats again.
Here's what I believe. I believe that Israel will be the first country to actually use a nuclear weapon.
Ooh, you think so? Damn.
Absolutely. There's no question. He's not going to back down. He's overwhelmingly has become a thorn in the side for Donald Trump.
He was a thorn in the side for Biden and Obama too.
Yeah, but what I mean is that they never supported him like that. They would not be supporting Netanyahu doing what he's doing.
They supported him enough. That's why the liberals are saying genocide Joe Biden got to go. I mean, you're right. Trump has let Netanyahu convince him into getting involved in a full-blown war, whereas Biden and Obama were just kind of idly standing by, letting Netanyahu have his way with the West Bank and with Gaza. But Trump decided, well, we're going to help you do this shit.
We let him do what he's always done. We've always given him weapons. We've always supported them because Tim, you can go online and look how many troops we have in every country over there. And we have way more troops in Israel than any other country over there, but they won't tell you how many troops we have over there. Take it from someone that was over there for 2 years. I'm telling you now, I don't even know, and I was there, how many service members we have in Israel. We have a lot. I'm telling you, we have a lot.
And what is the reason why do you think that is?
Because they are the tip of the spear for us in the Middle East. We have a lot of Air Force, a lot of the stuff that you hear that Israel has. It's our stuff.
Yeah,
you follow what I'm saying? It's us. They're powerful over there because of us. If we stop supporting them, I'm not saying they would. Trust me, if we left them over there, guess who's going over there? China or Russia is going to go over there and partner with them too.
With Israel?
Absolutely.
Do they have that much fucking money?
They have that much money.
Where is the money coming from? How did the Jewish community get this kind of? Where's that money coming from?
They do a lot of pharmaceuticals. They do a lot of science kind of stuff. I mean, they're just a top leader in pharmaceuticals, in new surgeries, all that kind of stuff. They got a lot of money.
We talking about
these big medical companies over here like Pfizer and all that. They get that intelligence from Israel to create these new smugs and stuff over here. So they got an income.
We've been spending all this time talking about white privilege. It should be Jewish privilege. Shit, they doing it like that.
Well, you know what? See to me that is white privilege. Because Jewish people are nothing but white. Judaism is not a race.
Yeah.
It is a religion.
Yeah, but there's a whole lot of white people that don't like them.
Well, you know, they don't like them because they from somewhere else. I think what the problem with most white people, even when we talk about reparations, most people think that black people and minorities think of reparations got to come from white people. Nobody's saying that white people owe black people reparations. We're saying the United States government owes us reparations, and that's what they need to let go of. The United States owe.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is,
I'm not even talking about back to slavery. I'm talking about since the '60s with the Jim Crow stuff and how they have redlined us and how they have made our schools poor schools.
so you gonna make Oprah Winfrey and Jay-Z pay reparations because they're wealthy Americans. If you're saying the American government owes the money, they're gonna take it out of the taxpayer dough, and people like Oprah and Jay-Z has paid a bunch of it.
I didn't say American government. I'm not an American citizen. I'm a United States citizen.
Okay, what are you talking about? The continent versus the country?
Absolutely. See, that's what's stupid. Most people. What does your passport say, Tim? You say you had one time.
United States.
What does your passport say?
It says United States.
Right. Did you see America on there anywhere?
Does it say the United States of America? It may say of America. I don't know. I can't remember.
It might. It definitely. And so does the Canadian airport. Passport. So does the. So does the.
You know, we think we the big shit. We own this continent. It's America.
I know. We think we own this shit. Yeah, we do. We do think. No, Tim, back to your original question. No, I don't think we're getting anything out of this deal. I think right now Trump is just trying to save face, and I don't blame him. He needs to get out of there. We tried to take care of it, but Netanyahu still is not going to back down. He's going to keep going after them, and I'm telling you something, those Arab countries over there are going to annihilate his butt.
Wait, you said we tried to take care of it. So are you agreeing with Trump that they were attempting to develop a nuclear bomb and breaking the JCPOA?
I don't think they were trying to develop a nuclear bomb, but I was definitely think they were trying to enrich their uranium so that if they wanted to move in that direction, they could. See, it's nothing to have the uranium, have it refined, but the delivery system is what's the high technology part of actually a nuclear bomb.
The missile, the thing what is riding on.
Yeah, that's the hard part. That's what people don't understand. That's the hard part. But just face it, Tim, we're going toward a nuclear war. I mean, what do you think most of our ships run off of?
Nuclear power, yeah.
And it won't be long before we have right here in my area where I live at, we have 3 nuclear power plants here that are supplying energy to people around here. The world is going that direction regardless. And now for you to tell some other country they can't do the same thing, it's kind of stupid to me, you know?
Well, the belief is we don't want you to do it because you're not just going to make nuclear energy. You're going to make weapons and try to harm people. That's the belief. And before we continue, we the rebels says slow man trying to argue semantics. This better not be Mike. No, you think the guest is slow? I think Lewis is on point here. Let me know what he's getting wrong there, we the rebel. He's saying you're trying to argue semantics. And no, that is not Mike. Mike will be interested. We'll be talking to Mike, but I like to know the semantics. I think what you're saying there, but Lewis, the argument is that they're not just trying to, because I think there's a certain grade of the uranium. If they're up to 60% enrichment, I believe that's far greater than what's necessary just for nuclear energy.
I agree 100%. And like I said, I don't doubt for 1 second that they weren't going to start trying to sell that stuff to countries that already have that so that they don't have to try to refine it themselves. Just like they do with oil. They want to be the country that actually supplies that to other people. And that's what people don't get. They want to be a supplier of that stuff.
Yeah.
Just like they are with oil. Like they are with everything else.
Yeah, in the comments now, Cedric Haney is pushing back on your statement that our ships and vessels in the Navy are nuclear powered. He's saying that's false. He says aircraft carriers are nuclear powered. Most of our destroyers, etc., are not.
And I didn't say most. I didn't say some. I said some more. I said some. I don't know that. And I'm Army, Tim. Fuck the Navy. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't care. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why he's making that point. I'm 21-year military veteran, but that's Army. Fuck the Navy. I don't know shit about the Navy.
Oh, my God. Well, I think he's right. I haven't heard of anything being nuclear powered beyond an aircraft carrier, but that doesn't mean it cannot be nuclear powered.
All of our submarines are nuclear.
Oh yeah, the subs are. Yeah, the subs are.
nuclear.
Yeah, the subs are. So there's another one. But I mean, my guess is they probably could. They probably could make the destroyers. I mean, you don't need to make the smaller shit. But
I'm just saying that's just a cheaper way.
You there?
It's just a cheaper way of energy, and everybody knows it. Trust me, they put them in cars if it wasn't like riding around with a bomb in your car. You know what I'm saying?
Well, shit. Now that they got e-vehicles, if you got,
I just want to say.
Go ahead. I'll let you wrap it up.
Well, you know what? I mean, you got to figure right now, it won't be long before they'll have solar cars. They're going to have all kinds of alternative means of power. And those countries that are over there that supply oil to other countries, they're trying to get ahead of the game because they know that's the direction we're heading in. It's alternative means of energy.
I think Trump may, if there's one thing. Go ahead.
That's what the prime minister of that country said. Yeah. He says it's not anybody's country. It's nobody's right to tell us not to get ahead of the game because everybody can see that's the direction that we're heading in. So why are you going to tell us we can't, but you tell us everybody around us can, but we can't?
Well, they make it
because you don't like us.
Yeah, and that's what's happening because we think they're irresponsible if they are or not. You could just simply be due to what you're saying. We don't like them. But Lewis, I'll move it on. It sounds like you got something going on. I appreciate you coming through.
All right, Tim. Thanks, man.
Thank you. And I will say, if there is one thing that I think probably the world might benefit from Trump starting this war with Iran is now that Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz and showed the world how dependent we are on fossil fuels and how one country can really hurt everybody's usage and demand. I think this will be a boom for alternative energies, like my last caller was saying. I don't know if we'll ever see solar powered cars. The solar cells don't produce enough for that. But the point he is making is we're going to probably get off of fossil fuels maybe quicker than we normally would have, because now Iran has shown us how how precious that resource is, or how vulnerable we are to just one rogue country. Because they shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and you see all the drama that caused. They were threatening to shut down other waterways like that. There's a couple other straits that they could shut down and cause even more chaos. Not to mention they blew up some of the production facilities in the Middle East as well. We probably do not even know for certain yet how much damage this war has caused. Because it's not going to just end. Like Trump released a statement saying, all of the ships of the world, start your engines, it's back up and running, let the oil flow. Now, there's a lot of damage been done to refineries and all kinds of shit. We probably won't know how much damage has been sustained until we can get around Iran and President Trump. Because both sides are releasing edited versions of what really happened. Like, keep in mind, not only are we allegedly going to rebuild Iran and how much money we spent destroying it, Iran also delivered billions of dollars worth of damage to the United States trying to fight us back. There's a lot of bases in the Middle East that Iran blew up that have not gained a lot of attention in America because the Trump administration has been kind of keeping that quiet. But I think like at least 13 bases, when they were hitting those other countries like Bahrain and Kuwait and shit like that, that was a lot of our shit they were blowing up. That was a lot of our stuff. They blew up EC Sentry planes and stuff like that. They also destroyed billions of dollars worth of our stuff in the process. So it's going to be a very costly war, and we won't know exactly how much, as I stated, until probably after Trump is gone. Because Trump is going to be optimistic about it, and he's probably not going to reveal all this because the damage is going to be placed on him, considering many suggest that this was an optional war to begin with. We the Rabble says the problem isn't nuclear power, it's that civilian uranium enrichment. 3 to 4% weapons grade is greater than 80%, or less than 80% generally, 92% in practice. Yeah, and that's what we were saying that's what I was saying is that Iran is allegedly up to 60%. They've enriched it up to 60%. That's way beyond, allegedly. I don't know anything about atomic energy, but allegedly that's way beyond what you need just to make energy out of it. They were approaching weapons grade, which is, I believe, what Rita Rabel is saying. This just sounds like an extension of the ceasefire. I don't know if we've ever had a ceasefire. They've been lobbing lobbing missiles and shit at each other throughout the whole event. I think Trump has proven that he wants a ceasefire, and everybody else involved have been proving that they don't give a shit if we have a ceasefire or not. Iran hasn't shown any desire to have a ceasefire, and obviously Israel is not pursuing one at all. Going back to the box, we'll go to East Side. Good evening, East Side. That's false. I'm looking at the wrong comment here. 13 USA bases unusable, says Kareem. Yeah, that's going to cost billions of dollars to get all that shit back up. And the Trump administration is not telling you much about that. East Side, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. So we're talking winners and losers. Obviously, my graphic features the late Ayatollah. I just put him up there anyway because Iran could still be a winner in this. But do you think, because Trump is saying the strait is open, they're not going to develop a nuke, but he won't tell us what Iran is getting out of this. Why do you think that is?
Well, here's what I've been seeing. This is what my homework shows. My homework shows that France, Turkey, let's see, I wrote all this down. France is putting together 15 to 40 nations of the European nations. They're putting that together, working with Iran. The Turkey foreign minister, I gotta find it. I wrote all.
And while he's looking for that, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes, tap the damn screen, get the lights up. Haven't solicited any of that, but certainly help your boy out with the program. Tap the screen. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Leaders put 40-15 nation to work with Iran. French and Iran foreign minister talk of plans. That was June the 10th. Saudi and Turkey are coordinating together with the foreign minister Prince Bamzel of Saudi Arabia. They're all working with Iran.
Okay.
Clearly, if you want to, you want to live in disillusion.
Thank you, OTK.
Disillusion land. If you want to say America got something out of this, that's on you. The facts of this: $300 billion is what Saudi Arabia is giving Iran, with us for basically paying Saudi Arabia for it, right? They're going. I guess this is what we're in, is that they're going to pay it, but we're going to owe it. Well, I think $30 billion off top.
So we're taking a loan from the Saudis. So we're going to pay Iran with loaned money? Yikes.
They're going to pay it. They're going to pay it.
Whoa. Where have you heard that? Where did you hear that from?
Oh, Midas Touch.
Okay. It is a left-leaning site, but I watch Midas Touch. I like the content, but I'm going to, for my audience everybody that don't know Midas Touch, it is a left-leaning program, but keep going.
Yeah, it is left-leaning, but they do put up the receipts. I will say that. They don't just say it. They'll put because you know what the reality is that I guess the Donald Trump era has let everybody know, like, oh, okay, so you like to post, you like X, okay. They're tweeting all the stuff. These foreign ministers, these leaders, they're tweeting and posting all kinds of. It took. I know. I couldn't believe it. I'm looking like, what? But that's how they get. That's where they're getting the receipts. And they're dude, when the China's foreign minister and Iran's foreign minister tweeted, he tweeted and he said, yeah, we're going to be working with Iran. Can't wait. These are great people. Blah, blah, blah.
But let me ask you this, because just to be fair, and this is to defend my MAGA side of the aisle, because I got somebody in the comments even saying we're not paying for it, for goodness sake, says Stringer. Now, here's the point. When Obama made this JCP, was part of the JCPOA with the other nations, there was several nations involved in that, but the whole argument was that Obama was giving them piles of cash, and the liberals were like, it's not America giving them money, it's us releasing money of theirs that had been sanctioned or held up. So we're releasing their own money back to them. The point I want to make to you is you're talking about 300 million coming from the Saudi government. Is that their money, or are we giving, or is this going to come out of our pockets?
No, it's coming out of our pockets. That's coming out of our pockets. We have to pay that.
So there's no,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, billion with a B. Yes, Mr. Mobetta. So you're saying that, because I was told that at least it still sounds bad no matter what, because Iran's going to be $300 billion wealthier, even if it's their own money. They've gotten used to living without it, and now all of a sudden it's going to be an influx of cash. But you're saying it ain't their money. You're saying it's our Americans' money.
Yeah, we're gonna I think the first is gonna be 30 billion. That's what he was reporting. He was like, yeah, the first is gonna be 30 billion, and then we're gonna be making payments. That's how they're gonna cover it. That's when you're gonna see Trump say, oh well, the Saudis did it. We ain't got nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying?
Why would the Saudi, well, even if he tried to, if any MAGA get on my program, and I let MAGA speak freely, I enjoy talking to MAGA, but if any of them ever said that, why the hell would Saudi Arabia just fork over $300 billion to Iran when Iran was trying to bomb them? That would make no sense at all. If he tries to spin it, that makes no sense.
Well, the thing of it is, it was Vladimir Putin. It was the Prince MSB, and the Prince got up and he started talking. Putin was on stage, and he was talking. He said, we all here, and it's unfortunate that we're here in this situation. And he was basically saying, but yet he said, it's unfortunate we found ourselves in this situation, but yet here we are. I think that moving forward, we need to find a way so that we all come together, right? And now the thing of it is, though, is when they get the camera on Putin, he got this old shit-eating grin on his face, though.
Have we fucked up? I'm going to ask you a simple question. Have we, as America, fucked up in this?
Yes, because the Middle East, I think, is starting to unite. I think Saudi Arabia and all of them are now understanding, like, look, Iran held off the superpower that we felt so confident in, that we allowed them to do all this bullshit over here. You can't even deal with Iran. We can't really deal with Iran, but you can't either. So why not just go ahead, cut all the bullshit? You're about to give them the straight. That's done. The straight is Iran's.
Well, no, Trump says that it's going to be free flowing. There's not going to be any tolls on it. He said toll free.
Oh, there's definitely going to be tolls. There is definitely going to be tolls. They're going to pay. Yes, they're going to pay. That is a lot. So why not just us in this area? Because then you turn around. Think about this. You said you need to make a deal with Israel, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and all that. Y'all need to make a matter of fact, y'all owe it to me to make a deal with Israel. Why not just us as in the Middle East just all come together and we all get the money? Because clearly, hell, we can spend $1 billion on drones and defeat America and keep America away. You spend $1 billion on drones and explosives. Just $1 billion on drones and explosives alone. The cheapest thing in the world is gunpowder.
Yeah. So what you're basically saying is our influence in that region is probably coming to an end. Where we were the dominant force in that region. We go in the Persian Gulf or wherever we want to go, and we dictate all the goings on in that region. You're saying that that's probably coming to an end.
It's done. It ain't that it's done. Now, sure, they're going to be partners. Sure, you can go and still go on the trips to Dubai. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. But for the things that matter the most, as far as that military stuff, and that's done. That's done. They're going to operate. Iran will have they did a $25 billion. Russia did a $25 billion deal with Iran for a future nuclear power plant. In the year,
is there anything good for the United States in this at all?
No. We literally nothing. We lost allies. We've united Europe. We've united Europe. We've united.
What happened? Are you there?
Made people that didn't really get it. we have made people that didn't, or maybe didn't really deal with each other, now come to the point and say, you know what? I don't think we need to deal with them anymore. I mean, you can deal with them, but you have to. They're dealing with us with a long spoon now. They're not. Nobody wants to deal with this fuck shit.
But I guess I gotta ask you though. Do the American people see it your way? Because the midterms are coming up. In fact, is if Trump was as bad as you're illustrating, because I got Duke in the comments as always saying nothing but complimentary shit about Trump, saying we won and good job, Trump. Do the American people realize what you're saying, or do they see it the other way? Because the midterms are coming up, and there are plenty of places where Trump and his candidates that he's endorsing are still doing very well.
I think this is how I would look at it. Domestically, I think, they kind of see it, right? I think as far as foreign policy wise, it's very narrow how they see it. I think a lot of people will say it's Israel's fault we're over there. You know, they'll say that. They'll say that
is it not? I mean, that's kind of accurate. It is Israel's fault. I think even my beloved MAGA, I think even my far right MAGA believe that if it was not for Netanyahu talking to Trump, we would not be in this war. I think even Trump supporters believe it, because Tulsi Gabbard's on the record saying they're not developing a bomb, and that's his leader of intelligence. So at the time, I think even the MAGA side of the aisle believes that Netanyahu talked us into a war.
Well, like I said, now that's the narrow vision. The broad vision is now you had the president of Finland trying to get Canada to become, I think, the 29th state of the European, you know what I'm saying? He's like, man, wouldn't it be a great idea if Canada was the 29th state of the European Union? So you're making people align. I don't think they're looking at that scale. They're looking at Israel, right? That's the narrow vision. It's Israel. But there's a broader vision of what's really going on. You're looking at people that didn't really deal with each other that are now saying, you know what, we know who the problem is, right?
Yeah, to me, it's kind of like the old Bruce Lee movie where you see Bruce Lee take them all on one at a time and easily beat them all. Yeah. But under the Trump administration, it's like he's encouraged them folks to say, maybe we need to fight together. You grab the legs and I go for the arms. I mean, you're right. It's seeming like due to the tariffs, due to this war, due to his criticism of NATO, he's encouraged these folks to think maybe the United States, we shouldn't let them just have all the power like we've let them have.
Well, what it is, here's where it boils down to. This, in 20 years ago, go back 20 years ago, take all these circumstances, right? Mm-hmm. This is a done deal, right?
What do you mean?
Well, as far as us going in, we probably go in with the missiles, with the jets. It's over.
You ain't accomplishing shit full time unless you put boots on the ground. And I think that's where the world, including Iran, knew Trump's weakness is. Trump was not going to put boots on the ground. There's only so much damage you can do bombing from the air.
And that's correct. However, there was never a point where we could see where they could hit us. There was no point. 20 years, you go back 20 years, there's nothing that you're not going to do anything. The drones changed everything. The drone attacks, automated.
Unmanned equipment.
Unmanned equipment changed everything. And they got it, and it's cheap. There's your big picture. Cheap. And cheap with heavy damage.
Yeah, because we spent the fortune going high tech. Most of the shit we use is high tech. They decided if you go low tech, you can make a whole lot of shit.
Yeah, heavy duty high tech is what we went. We went bulky, right? Yeah. We went real big and bulky high tech. We got. Hey, if you want to go head to head, America, we that shit. Yeah, but that snake attack that able to slither is the drones. That's that ability to get in there where your Patriots. What's that? The missile air defense.
Yeah, you're firing. You're talking about Patriot batteries and interceptors. Yeah. You're firing, but you're literally firing $1 million interceptors at a $10,000 drone. It's crazy. It is crazy.
And so now you look at you're exposed now. Now you're exposed. So it changed everything to the point where had you left them people alone and continued business as usual, because we know, look, nobody's going to sit here and act like.
But you couldn't leave them alone. Wait, hold on a second. You couldn't leave them alone, sir, because Trump has got people convinced they were about to use a bomb on everybody. That they're only weeks away from getting a bomb and they're about to use it. So if you believe Trump, you can't just leave them alone. They're about to kill a bunch of people.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Lord, in 1995, they were 6 months away. In 2012, they were 2 weeks away. And 2019, it's just a matter of time. When have they not been blowing us up? According to Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. And all of this, since 1995, all of these words that are spoken came from Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Every single time since.
What do you think? What do you think? Listen, Trump's been around for eons, just like everybody else. What do you think Benjamin Netanyahu was able to do to convince Trump that now is the time, when it didn't work with Biden, Obama, Bush, it didn't work with any of his predecessors, but somehow Benjamin Netanyahu was able to say what it took to get it to work with Trump? What do you think he did? Because obviously with Tulsi Gabbard saying no, there's no problem, Netanyahu had to say something to get Trump to even say, my own intelligence don't know what they're talking about. What do you think he told them?
Stroke his ego, the Epstein files, the E-files, something, it is probably his wife. Putin put pussy on TV. Like, there's so much behind this guy with Trump. He's an idiot. So there's those four. It's maybe two of the four, but it's definitely one of the four. It's his wife, it's the E-files, he's an idiot, and it's his stroking his ego. So if you combine all of that, it's probably, and there's a possibility it's all four. It's easy to be like, hey man, just go ahead and do it. We got this. You can do it. You're America. You're the biggest. You're the best. And when it's done, guess what? Guess what they're gonna say? They're gonna say you're the greatest president. Man, you say that to Donald Trump, and the sky's the limit.
I tell you, that might work on me if you got the right woman to say it. That's if you know how to stroke a man's ego, you can get a long way with a man. I mean, that might work. If I had a nice, really good-looking Jewish woman to say that to him, it might work.
Hey, Trump though, but we know Trump. Oh yeah, we know what Trump likes. Stroke my ego and watch it go. Hey, that's where he goes with it, man. And it's just sickening. As far as like his followers, Duke, right? Duke Vader. Their level of ignorance is milestone high. They are. And here's another thing. Here's another thing that the rest of the world has recognized. There's a part of our society that is warmongered, very remedial, not highly educated, and very gullible to anything that's like a cultish. They see the cultish behavior. Now, of course, they see the other part of society, but it seems for whatever the reason, we can't get them to go along with us because they're worried about ABs.
Well, as one leader once said, I love the poorly educated. I do got to move it on each side, but as one leader once said, I love the poorly educated. So
yes, he does. He loves, and y'all. I want y'all to know he loves y'all to death. Know that.
East side, appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my God, blackmail they got on him. On video doing, okay, so Jay Sid is saying that perhaps the Israelis, perhaps Netanyahu has blackmail on Trump, indicating they may have him on video doing something. You know, there was a saying like that about Putin, because Trump has never really said anything critical of Vladimir Putin either, and folks are saying the same thing, that maybe Vladimir Putin has something on Trump. I mean, he was frequenting those countries, so. Look, at the end of the day, I don't know if they knew Trump was going to become a world leader. But if they thought there was a possibility, my guess is it probably wouldn't be hard to set somebody like him up. No, would probably be hard to set me up. I mean, you just introduce him to a really hot Russian chick, and she's laying in bed with him, stroking his ego and getting all kinds of shit up out of him that can be used against him later on. It probably wouldn't be hard. I mean, you could do that to a lot of guys. There was a movie, I don't know if any of you folks have seen it, Steven Spielberg movie called Munich. About the Israelis getting back at a terrorist group that had bombed their Olympics or whatever, something like that. But anyway, there was a guy in that movie that was like that, where they actually stroked the guy's ego and they ended up using that to kill the guy. I mean, there's ways of doing that. You find somebody's weakness where you like these type of women, or you like, so we're gonna send you one of those type of women. And that person's job is to, get you into a vulnerable spot. Maybe get information out of you. Maybe even get you in a vulnerable position and take your life. I mean, that does happen. He was in Moscow making deals right before he announced he first ran. Yeah, he was. In fact, he was about to become the owner, I think, of the tallest skyscraper in Russia. Trump was working on before becoming president. So, and Ms. Obeda says, like they did MLK. Yeah, you can. That's the oldest play in the book. Use a woman to set a dude up. You've seen Clear and Present Danger. There was another movie where they did that. And by the way, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals sitting at 0. Really? Oh, now show your boy some love. TikTok caps. Show your boy some love. If America leaves Israel, Russia, Iran, and China will attack, guaranteed. I don't know if all of those countries would, Hanson Conservative, but I do agree that if America takes its hands off of Israel, Israel will be at war with somebody attacking them soon after. I mean, they've pissed off a lot of people in the region. I mean, we know they had a war with Egypt years ago, so I don't think the Egyptians are big fans of the Israelis. I don't think the Syrians to the north are big fans of the Israelis. I don't know about the Jordanians to the west or to the east of Israel. I don't know about them, but there's a lot of countries in that region that are not big fans of Israel. So yeah, the what's really protecting Israel is that those countries know they got the backing of the United States. So yeah, if the United States wiped their hands of Israel, Israel would probably be in some serious trouble. Blue One Banks, somebody's showing your boy some love. Thank you, Blue One Banks and Debo. Thank you very much. Looking in the comments here real quick, tap the screen, get the likes up to 50,000. Israel hates America. They said they're tired of dealing with stupid Americans. They just need your money. Money, assistance. We're giving them intelligence. We're giving them warfare. I mean, we're giving them a lot more than just money, but money too. Money too. Israel wants to take over the Middle East and eventually take over the rest of the world like they took over our country. That'll never happen. That'll never happen. They're not that powerful. That'll never happen. Come on out, Obama. Back up there and see what we can. What it says? Come on out, Obama. Back up there so we can see what Michelle done to our boy. Don't know what that means. What about corporate welfare? It's a big problem in this country. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 50,000. We'll take the next caller. Real quick, in addition to this whole topic about Israel, you guys heard me play the clip earlier, and I'm still asking this question. If you think that this is something we need to do here in the United States.
Today is a big moment for our country. This is a big step. Real change for our children and our future. Because today I can announce that the government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16. Every parent can see it with their own eyes. Social media is making children unhappy. It's making it easier for bullies to harass and abuse them. And it could even be harming their mental health, exposing them to content that is dangerous, because that's what grabs the attention. It's designed to be addictive. Of course it is. Features like the infinite scroll, they're designed to lock you in for hours. Will it mean that no child ever logs onto social media again? No. But look, this might shock you, but it doesn't shock parents of teenagers. They get around other laws too.
That's what I was
So
saying.
we don't say, oh,
That's what I was saying to my first caller who was saying he would not ban it because they're going to just find a way around it. I'm like, they find a way around everything, but that don't mean you don't make it illegal. I mean, vaping, tobacco products, alcohol, they find a way. In fact, most folks who drink, most folks who smoke, started drinking or started smoking before they were legally able to start drinking or smoking. Because most studies show that if you wait until you're 21, the chances of you actually taking up smoking drop drastically. You don't find too many people who tell you I didn't start smoking until after I was 21, or I didn't have my first drink until after I was 21. Most people who do that, they did it before they were legally able to. But by the time you get to be 21, you've probably already tried to quit. You've probably already tried at least once to give it up. So, like I said, people are going to find ways to do everything. So if you don't ban it, I mean, do you just make everything legal? Anyway, looking, tap the screen, up your boy with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. In the comments, yes, it is designed to be addictive, and that's why you have to help them through it while they're young so that they have a healthy relationship with really stupid people. There's going to be everybody on social media stupid, but there's a lot of intelligent folks out there too. I'm out here. It depends on what you want to say. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Twisted. Good evening, Twisted. Making it widely accessible puts more kids in danger. And a lot of folks agree with that, obviously, in the UK. Twisted, do you agree with this? Banning social media for everybody under 16?
Hey, say that one more time.
Banning social media for every minor under 16. What say you?
I would say yes, because under laws, we need to protect the younger people, and they need to be of age to actually understand it, though.
You think it's that dangerous?
To a certain extent, yes, because there's a lot of, predators. There's a lot of people that are,
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. So how do you respond to the claim that they're going to get out there and use it anyway? Even if you ban it, they're going to find a way to do it anyway.
There's always somewhere that somebody is going to either hack in, look at all the information and, and just come up with some kind of a secret way. There's always a back door.
Yeah, like Call of Duty or some of these games you can play in multiplayer. Real quick, in the comments, hold on a second. In the comments, Robert Worthington on what is this? Clapper, on the Clapper app. He's saying I'm from the UK. Let me know in the comments, Robert, if you agree with this ban. Robert Worthington in the UK. So what I agree with you too, Twisted, is that there's always going to be backdoor ways of doing it, because a lot of the games we play, you can interact with other players, and oftentimes people have conversations through games that have nothing to do with the game. People have actually met other players and stuff like that.
Yeah, I actually do a lot of online game, playing. I do anything from race car, RPG to fighting, and there's always some kind of a way
So I suppose you could turn that feature off. Like if you go out and buy, to Call of Duty, which is one of my favorite games, but I mean, even if you take the social media out of it, people are getting shot and killed all over Call of Duty. The whole game is probably not for minors to begin with, but And most of the games are like, I mean, because I'm waiting for Grand Theft Auto to come out. I'm really eagerly anticipating that, and that's obviously an adult game as well. So,
Right.
I mean, so I don't know. I mean, but I'll give you one. My daughter played Roblox when she was younger. Roblox is a game for kids that you can communicate with other players and talk to each other and all of that.
Tim, I hate saying it, but you need to get your daughter away from the from the roadblocks, because that's where all
Yep.
the sickos, the predators hide,
Yeah.
man. Like,
Well,
it
she's
is
in the she's at the age now where she's going to be above this ban anyway. So she's pretty much getting to the point where the ban wouldn't affect her. But yeah, I agree. They did find out there was a lot of child sex predators on Roblox. That did come out.
Yeah, man, and I just don't see how, but I'm like, oh man.
But you would support this ban in America, the country of freedom. We want freedom for everybody. You would support this.
Well, I would say we are never truly free. So, and regardless, even if you have the wealth of money and you are working or you have very little money, you're not totally going to be it is free. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it looks like we're starting to slowly but surely lose some of those freedoms. Real quick in the comments, Chuck Todd says drag queens should not be in the military for obvious reasons. There is never, who the hell is in the military posted as a drag? What are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
What world are you?
Yeah, there's no drag queens in the military. Where are you even getting that from? Oh my God.
Yeah. He must be watching Pulp Fiction or something, man. Like, I don't.
No, he's watching hate.com is getting some shit like that from. Hey, drag. Ain't nobody know. Do you know what a drag queen show is? Actual men that dress up as women to dance and and sing and do shit like that. That's not going to be in the military. I don't even know where to go with that. So
Tim,
go ahead.
ask him. Yeah, ask him. Is he watching Pornhub.com or what?
Well, he can hear you. I mean, he can hear you across the platform. So whoever that is, they can hear you. But there's no drag. He's saying Google it. There's no drag. You Google it, it's probably gonna be a far right source claiming that shit. There's no drag queens in the middle. Other than you ever see what was it, Under Siege with Steven Seagal, where the guy, that guy was in the Navy. Yeah. He was doing it. What is it? Gary Busey. Gary Busey played. He had the boobs and everything, and he shot. Yeah. So I suppose it could happen in a case like that, but I don't think there's drag queens in the military. I've never seen that. So what do you think in regards to Trump saying we now have a ceasefire?
Trump's hands are always going to be, dirty, filthy. It's because when Trump says that there's a deal, you can never really believe what he is truly, honestly, really, going to say. You don't know if he's just making shit up. You don't know if he's doing a deal like, well, hey, if you give me this amount of oil, I'll get my daughter and her friends to entertain you guys. So,
what the hell? Who do you believe more, the Iranians or Trump?
100%, I believe the Iranians.
Wow. What did our president do to make you trust the enemy more than our president?
On day one, when he sat there and said, I promise you no more wars. I promise to bring prices down. I promise to put us in the golden age.
The Gilded Age, yeah, he did say that. He did say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. So you actually believe the Iranian government more than you believe our own government?
Because
there would have been no Lego
The Lego
videos
yeah.
for like it's right there. It is clear as crystal day. Like, who would make a deal with the with those people, and then not only that, there's also gonna be where you don't know if he sold a house, he bought more secret oil.
You just sound like you really do not trust our president.
Man, I wouldn't trust him if he was in my damn house taking a shit, man. Please.
Oh my God. They're going to say you got Trump derangement syndrome there, Twisted. They're going to say you got TDS, an acute case of it.
No. I just know the facts, though.
Why do you think, okay, so obviously you believe Trump is telling a lot of lies. I mean, that's pretty clear, but why do you think that's the case? Why would a president just over and over again, in your opinion, based on what you're saying, just continue to be dishonest to his own people? What would be the purpose of that?
I would say there's certain ways that you got to look at it, though. You can't just look at it.
Thank you, JP.
With just one narrow view. You have to look at it from all different sides, though. So, and it also, like, here's a prime example. Trump probably made a deal where he probably gave them that airplane from that he got
The
from
Qatar made a deal to give. Wait. The plane he got from Qatar. You think you made a deal where he gave it away? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like
why would he give it away?
Because he wants to try to either make America,
I don't think he's giving away the Qatar jet. I think Trump is going to fly that jet, and this is my opinion. Now, what he's telling the public is he's going to fly it. It's not his. It's the American people, or it belongs to the Air Force. He'll fly in it for the rest of his presidency. Then he goes in his Smithsonian. But my belief is he's going to fly in that jet, and once he leaves the White House, he's going to continue flying in that jet until his dying day, and then he'll probably end up, or him or his family, he'll either end up leaving it to one of his heirs, or he'll sell it. I don't believe they're going to take this jet from Qatar. According to Trump, we're going to spend a few $100 million outfitting this to make it fitting for a president. He's only got 2 years left in office, so we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. I think they said about $200 million to make this thing presidential safe. And then after 2 years, you're going to just stick it in the Smithsonian. So we're paying $200 additional million just for a jet that only lasts for 2 years. Why not fly the one you got still? So I don't believe that. I believe it's going to be used after he leaves by him.
Yeah, but you also got to look at, though, where are they getting this money from? Now,
us. They're getting it from us. That's pretty easy to answer. I learned it by watching you, Dad. They're getting it from us. You've seen the 80s commercial. I learned it by watching you, Dad. They're getting it from us. That's where it's coming from. Shit.
Well, I honestly think that this war is not really about a war. This war is mostly about the Trump family actually getting money, though. Actually, because his son, his daughter, they are cashing in on this deal like right now. They are making.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but what's crazy is all of the Trumps that we know already beyond what they can possibly spend in their entire life. We're talking Ivanka and her husband Jared. We're talking Don and Eric. We're talking Bear. All of them have more money than they could possibly spend. And it's crazy to think that they're still in pursuit of more wealth.
And why? Now, here's a question for your audience. Now, mostly for your so-called beloved,
my beloved MAGA, the people I like to talk to, my MAGA,
your beloved, your
MAGA. Get it right. They're making America great again. Get it right now, MAGA. The Gilded Age. The Gilded Age. The ones who are here to fix Biden's fuck ups. MAGA. Get it right.
So here's the thing. Why is Ivanka Trump trying to establish something on an island? Why is that happening?
Shit, that's a motherfucking escape pad. I'm telling you, I do believe that it is highly possible that once Trump is out of office, once Trump is out of office, they leaving. Yeah, they're leaving. Once Trump is out of office, most of the well-known controversial members of the Trump family probably are going to leave the United States.
And also that it's the island of pedos.
I don't buy that. I'm not going to believe that. But I do believe it will be safer for them to move abroad. I got to move it on, Twisted, but I believe that some of them have plans of living elsewhere because it's going to be, once the Democrats become powerful again, once the Democrats are in power, they're going to be chasing those folks for some of that money. I don't believe all of that money was obtained legally. There's some ill-gotten gains amongst the Trump family, and they're going to be coming after them. So some of them don't want to be here when that happens. So that's why they're getting islands. And I mean, Netanyahu may have given Trump an offer of somewhere to stay over in Israel. So my guess is some of them are going to leave.
I would be shocked if the Trumps bought some kind of a third world land in Zimbabwe or.
You think he want to live around all them dark people? I gotta go. Twisted, thank you for coming through. He ain't going to Zimbabwe. I can tell you that. He ain't going to Zimbabwe. Argentina, he bailed them out. Argentina has a history of taking in people. Maybe Argentina. Like I said, I could see him. Didn't they name a town or something after Trump in Israel? You've heard Netanyahu say that Trump is their best president ever. I mean, Israel might take some of them in, and then of course this island thing that they're talking about with Ivanka trying to buy an island or whatever. But I could see some of them leaving. I really could absolutely see that. He wouldn't last 10 minutes in Zimbabwe, says Billy White. He would last 10 minutes because they would bring over a gang of security. Think about how many MAGA. If you promise MAGA a much better life, you get away from these lunatic liberals. We're developing a place in what was formerly known as Zimbabwe. Don't worry about the people there. They don't know it yet. But this is a place that's going to be formally known as Zimbabwe. We're going to make it into a paradise, and you won't have to be dealing with any of these libtards that you're dealing with every day. We're going to have a traditional functioning society where people are not dyeing their hair blue and changing their gender overnight. You could probably get hundreds, if not thousands, of MAGA to come over there with Trump and provide all the security and shit you need so that nobody from the Zimbabwe population would cause any problems. Simple as that. Wrapped up. And looking in the comments real quick, Lunatic is blocking the Epstein files, blowing another $100 billion on this shit show, just line Netanyahu's pockets and fatten up Lockheed Martin. Well, the problem is Netanyahu has issues in his home country as well, so he's got to get over that because there's a possibility that if Netanyahu is no longer in power, his countrymen may come after him as well. So it is what it is. But there are other places they could go. And like I said, if Trump is promising a good life, and you don't have to actually carry it out, But if he's promising a better life, I think a lot of MAGA would follow. You can get enough MAGA to go with it to provide security. I'd go, says Gen X. There you go. See? Gen X in the comments said I would go. He said just to get away from liberals and colored folks. No crime. So you're suggesting that if you create a society that's all MAGA, and which you're kind of admitting that MAGA's not colored people anymore by saying that if you'd go just to get away from liberals and colored folks. So you're kind of admitting that there's no colored folks among MAGA, African Americans to be proper, but hey, you're saying no crime as if, I guess you tend to believe that MAGA, all of MAGA are crime free. I would submit to you a whole bunch of those pardoned January 6ers to show that you're wrong. Many of those folks that Trump pardoned after their January 6th insurrection, excursion, protest, whatever you want to call it, they went on to commit additional felonies. So you're not going to escape crime by getting away from people of color. That's not going to happen. There's plenty of white dudes. Trump is pardoning white-collared criminals all the time. You're not going to escape that by getting from... But it did sound a tad bit racist, so I had to read it. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 70,000. I can name 5 that moved out of Africa. 5 what? Trump, high on Venezuela's win, swallowed Bibi Netanyahu's ego, bait, hook, line, and sinker. He ghosted the system, read teams' warnings, and ran into Iran's geopolitical wall. I think a lot of folks agree with you with that, Lee. I think a lot of folks agree with that. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap, go show the program some love. Feel free to look out after your boy. We have an ongoing poll. 68 respondents so far, almost 70 respondents. Should America ban social media for all minors under 16? 74% say yes. Now, I did hear, I'm not able to verify the source because I did try it. And thank you for the hat and mustache there, JPT Farms. Thank you for the support. I did hear that Snapchat and some of the tech bros actually tried to talk the UK out of that ban of social media. Because obviously it's their bread and butter, it's their businesses. I mean, Zuckerberg and all of them, that's a loss to them. I mean, there's a whole lot of people that are under 16 that use Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, all of these apps. I mean, TikTok dances, you see, for folks who don't talk about politics like us, the children use TikTok for dances and shit like that. There's a whole lot of people under 16 on TikTok, on YouTube, on Instagram, on these platforms. So the folks that are running these platforms don't want to lose that customer base. So they were trying to get, these were Americans, by the way, they were trying to get the UK to think twice on that ban. Might have worked if you had a more diplomatic administration in power, but under Trump, you already said all kinds of awful shit about all these countries. You're not going to get much help when you got him in office. It's kind of late for that. Just a tad bit racist. I need to do better, huh, Gen X? So you want to be full racist, huh? Not just a tad bit. You want to be full-blown anti-minority, huh? All right, well, some would say you're in the right party for that. Yeah, they care about advertising money and all of that. That is true. We'll go back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 70,000. I kind of wonder, how do you guys think this war is going to end? I mean, is it going to end the way Trump is saying? The one and only MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program.
Hey, what's up?
Not much at all. You heard Trump. Trump is saying that we've gotten a ceasefire, and he's hesitant on releasing the deal of the terms of the deal. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Either they're still in flux, they're still negotiating some of them, or they're bad. I don't know.
Well,
I'll find out in a couple of days.
Well, do you believe the rumors floating around that we're giving them 300 mil?
Well, they're getting 300 billion, but
billion. Yeah, let me keep getting that right. 300 billion with a B. You said they're getting.
Billion, that's nothing.
Well, Obama only gave them a little bit over 1 billion, and in your side of the aisle made a huge fuss about it. Now all of a sudden 300 is nothing. Explain.
Well, again, if it comes from us, then yeah, it's fucked up. I don't want them to get any money from us. but it's from other countries spending money in Iran, trying to get them to be friendly with everybody, then that's okay.
So
It depends where the money comes from.
well, okay. So if we get them 300 billion of their own money back, you're okay with that? Or if we give them 300 billion of money from other countries, you're okay with that?
Yeah. I mean, you gotta get them to love America somehow.
You think this is going to make them love America at all? I mean, we killed a whole damn school full of girls. You think somehow, some way, we're going to come out of this with Iran loving America? Where are you getting that from?
Yeah, because look, it's the simple carrot and stick situation. We hit them with the fucking stick, and we're offering them the carrot, and if they don't take it, we'll just hit them with the stick again. And that's what Trump's doing the whole time.
Here's what I don't understand.
It's not that complicated.
Yeah, it is. Here's where you're complicating me, and I'll tell you why. We've been saying that if Iran got their hands on an atomic weapon, they would use it on us, a country that we have about 5,000 of these. So if Iran uses a nuke on America, they're going to be wiped off the face of the earth. So we're making it sound like this country is potentially suicidal. But as you just indicated, as long as we keep bombing them or threatening to bomb them, they're going to give in to our demands. They're either suicidal or they're not. Why would a country that don't mind losing people all of a sudden bow down to your demands because you're threatening to bomb them? How does that make sense?
I mean, they've already proven that they're not suicidal. I think they've at least
proven that they're not willing to bow down to our demands too.
That's not true. They want a deal. Because they're not fucking like you guys pretend like they're having a good time. You know, they're surviving, but they're not having a good time right now. I don't care how much you fucking cheerlead for Iran. They're not having a good time.
No, we're not having a good time. So do you agree with Trump that they've been
fine? Why are we having a bad time?
Well, first of all, the uncertainty. Second of all, the economy, the price of fuel, not to mention the price of other goods and services that are tied to the price of fuel. We're not having a good time in America. People's kids are deployed into a war zone. We're not having a good time. This is nothing to celebrate.
Look, no, everybody out there is pretty much safe, except for like
the 13 that died. They're not safe.
Like five military people died in California yesterday as we were talking. And are you going to count that as part of the Iran war, or is that fucking just people dying because they're in the military? I mean, the military is a dangerous job no matter where you are in the world.
Yeah, but that don't mean you just willy-nilly send them into harm's way.
They're not in harm's way. I mean, the bases are pretty much the only place that's in harm's way are the bases because they can't move. And they're easy to hit, and I'm pretty sure they're all pretty much abandoned in the area.
They are literally in waterways that are loaded with mines. How could you say they're not in harm's way?
They're nowhere near the mines, and a boat is very hard to
Who do you think's going to remove those mines? Who do you think's going to remove those mines?
I mean, somebody whose job is to remove mines, but even then, they're going to be fine. They're going to probably use robots to do it. I mean, we're at a point where we could easily use robots to do it.
So
if we don't have Iran just blow them up, I think Iran could remotely blow them up anyway.
Okay, they shot down an Apache last week. Were those pilots in harm's way?
They fucking flew. They were flying at. I don't know for 100%. They were flying at night, and I think they ran into the drone while trying to shoot it down.
They just ran into a drone.
That's the only thing that makes sense. That's the only way that drone could hit it. They were trying to shoot it down, and
they ran into a drone. That's like a husband saying she ran into my fist. They ran into a drone. You're flying around and you just crashed into a drone.
Hit helicopters. Like, it's really crazy. Either like they blew one up and the ricochet or like part of the drone hit them.
Okay, what about the I think the F-18 that got shot down a month or two ago, and they had to do a huge rescue mission to get it. Were they in harm's way?
Yeah, of course, but they were above Iran. They're not in the water away from Iran.
Well, you do realize that
this has been one of the safest. This has been the safest conflict or war we've ever had.
Yeah, because we ain't put nobody on the ground.
Iraq in peacetime.
Yeah, it's the safest war conflict we've ever had because we've been the most restricted. Trump won't put anybody on the ground. If we put bodies on the ground or boots on the ground, there's going to be bodies on the ground. Everything's being done from the air. That's why.
Okay, yeah, so he's playing it safe. He's not making the same mistakes of Iran. He's not giving us a 20-year war. Sorry, same mistakes of Iraq. He's not giving us a 20-year war. He's not making all the same mistakes we made before.
Yeah, but
And the reason we went there isn't because of the Epstein file or any of that bullshit the last caller was saying or the caller before him. The three reasons we went there is the success of Venezuela, the fact that we knew they were meeting and now we could cut off the head of the snake, and the fact that they killed 30,000 of their own people. That was also a triggering point. And the fact that they have all the ingredients to a bomb. I mean, we've known that they had all the ingredients since Obama. We know they have the fucking centrifuges to make the uranium fucking bomb grade. We know they have the uranium. We know they have the missiles. I mean, they have all the fucking ingredients. Eventually, they're gonna have a fucking bomb if we don't stop them.
Okay.
So
what was Tulsi Gabbard talking about?
They didn't listen. She said they didn't have a bomb.
She said they weren't even trying to develop one.
Well, whatever the case with that, they had all the ingredients. They were developing the ingredients. So it's kind of a choose your words wisely kind of situation. I mean, even you admit that they're developing the fucking uranium. I mean, we didn't even know they're at 60%, but turns out it was 60%. So they have the uranium. We know they have the missiles because they've been hitting Israel with the missiles nonstop. I mean, how many more parts to the bomb do you want them to have before we fucking go in there and stop them?
You ever heard somebody say you worship Trump? I got Polish guy 13 on Clapper saying this guy worships Trump. Do you worship the president, sir?
No, because none of what I said comes from Trump. This is all, we could agree on everything I just said, right?
No, hell no.
We could agree that they killed a bunch of their own people. We could agree they're fucking, you don't think they're fucking centrifuging the uranium? They're fucking making the uranium stronger?
Hold on. Let me answer that part. I think after the JCPOA with Obama, I actually believe that they were not doing what Trump is. I actually think that we were in the best position we could possibly get in with them after Iran's deal. I think once Trump got in there and started treating them like shit, said it's a bad deal and just started literally threatening them, no diplomacy whatsoever. Just either you do what we say or we're going to kill you. I think that encouraged them to start developing a nuke. I think they really were not doing it after the JCPOA because we had a lot of powerful nations like Russia, China, and all of them were on board, as Obama points out. It took me 3 years to get all these nations to put together the JCPOA, nations that had influence that could help us out with Iran. Now you only have Israel and a few Arab nations in the region. You don't have anywhere near that coalition that Obama had with the JCPOA. So I actually believe that
coalition's worthless. All that matters is we put them in check. That's all that matters. Look, in the end,
why do you let this man come up in here and spearhead?
You let all the other idiots talk.
You're
he lets you talk.
Them all. I'm not an idiot, bitch. I bring facts and I'll show
You're the queen of the idiots.
Yeah, and your mama is too. She's the whole bitch. She should have swallowed you when she had the chance. But unfortunately, you're the waste of the fucking nut. You are the waste of the fucking nut. Now let's get this shit. Let's get this shit at facts, right? His own people, his own CIA and all of them said they do not have a boom boom. They don't have the shit.
Okay, did I say they had one? I said they had all the ingredients. Do you not listen to English?
What the fuck? Nigga, what?
Hey, watch the N-word. Watch the N-word.
I'm sorry. He is stupid as shit.
Do they not have all the ingredients? If you had all the ingredients to the bomb, you think the ATF would knock on your door, or you think they'll let you have all the ingredients?
Who says ingredients, Phil? Who says that? Ingredients, Phil?
I put my hands up.
They have all the parts. They have the fucking pieces.
Okay, let me break this shit down to you. If he does not believe,
I know you don't cook, but ingredients goes for more than cooking.
CIA and shit, then he shouldn't be over there. His own CIA and shit. I said it. They don't have nothing. Okay?
We know they have centrifuges. We know they have uranium. We know they have missiles. What more do you want them to have?
He did all this WAR to get us away from the Epstein shit. He did all this shit because it's all will come out. Every last thing. All this shit, honey, is all about smoke.
Then why is he trying to stop the war? Epstein hasn't gone anywhere. Why is he still not fighting the war? Why hasn't he escalated things? Why hasn't he made things worse to fucking pull away from Epstein?
Shut up. You're so
I mean,
on the
Epstein is still around. Epstein is going to be around forever.
Massa.
Just like Russia.
I want to be white so bad, Massa.
Hey, the only sub here
I want to be white so bad, Massa. Are we winning yet, though? Are we winning yet, though?
That's a good.
The only white person here is you.
Why don't we take? Well, okay, guys. Now, let's break this shit down. He won't release what we got in the thing. Because you know why? Because we're giving our fucking money to them. Massa. See, now that is what your stupid, dumb looking ass is. You assume that we're going to win all this shit. We're not winning nothing.
You're saying all the same dumb shit.
We have to go and rebuild the shit over there. Why do we have to go rebuild the shit? We have to. Out of our money. Out of our fucking money, you nut.
We haven't sent any money over there. How much money?
We are, though. 300 billion. We are, though. That's how nut you are.
We haven't sent a dime yet.
Drop out.
We haven't sent a dime yet.
Said he likes the uneducated.
You can come up here and run your mouth when we actually send some money.
You will suck this man's dick so hard.
Here is
and
you, so I don't know what you're saying.
You in the ass without lube. He's still fucking you in the ass without lube, but you say, yes, Massa, I believe.
The only one that gets fucked in the ass is you, and you say it every time you come here. The only cocksucker getting fucked in the ass is you, so I don't know why
let me tell you something. That's your mama, bitch. Your mama's my bitch at the end of the night. You feel what I'm saying? Yes, bitch, okay? Don't ever get that shit twisted. Don't ever get that twisted.
Feel better.
Don't. But you need to start trying to bring facts, though.
I'm asking.
Bring facts, though.
I am.
Fuck, man, you're getting me in trouble for bullying you. I gotta stop.
I didn't get you in trouble. That's your shit.
I fucking
you didn't bully me.
The same dumb shit you always do.
Let me tell you something, little Peckerwood. Let me tell you, little Peckerwood.
What is that? What is a Peckerwood? What is that?
I'm not fucking white. I'm not black. I'm not white. I'm not anything. Come up with some new insults. This is the thing. She doesn't know any insults other than, oh, you're white or you're trying to be white. I'm not white. I'm not trying to be white.
I'll drag you to the pits of hell, though. But bring more facts, though. Because everything you spew is not. We got to get 300 billion.
You're already in hell.
We have to get that 300 billion. Why is that, though? We're over there for no damn reason, though. We're over there for no reason.
You guys got company.
We are, though. We're over there for no damn reason. We don't have to be over there.
Okay. I said the reasons. I said the reasons.
We
killed their own people.
No reason.
The success of Venezuela, taking off the head of the snake.
Okay, Venezuela's oil we cannot use because it has so much salt in it. He don't. Hey,
okay, hang on a second. Hold on a second. Hang on a second. Hold on. Gangsta Grandma, hold on a second.
Gangsta Grandma, shut the fuck up, Gangsta Grandma. Shut the fuck up.
Go suck my dick, bitch.
I
got 8 inches, 12
the host
inches.
is talking. Shut the fuck up.
I got 8 inches.
Shut the fuck up. The host is talking.
I got 8 inches.
Shut the fuck up. The host is talking.
Fuck your old mama, though.
The host is talking. Shut the fuck up.
You interbred motherfuckers.
Shut the fuck up, Rachel Dolezal.
You see these white people? They interbred.
Shut up. Shut up. The host is trying to talk.
4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Suck my dick, though. They on my dick, though. I got bigger dicks than these two grown-ass men, though. I got 8 inches for their asses.
How do you...
And you know what, though? White men love to be pegged in the ass, though. But they too broke to pay me, though. No, you shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, you old
shut the fuck up. I'm your bitch, huh?
Shut the fuck up, you
I'm your
old
bitch, huh? Yeah, you want me to be your bitch,
You're pussy.
Don't fucking fall for it. You're gonna get banned for no reason. I'm not gonna get banned.
Your pussy looks like roast beef.
White trailer cat ass. You white trailer cat ass. You mad or not?
Shut up, you racial Dolezal.
Okay, all right. Okay, you guys, at this point, you guys are...
For real, Tim. On some real shit, Tim, because you know the white man gets in their feelings.
Shut up,
I got a bigger dick than both their asses, Tim.
Shut the fuck up, the host is trying to talk.
That's all he can say, shut the fuck up. Like, you know if you got the 4-inch dick, though, I got 8 inches on guard. You feel me? 8 inches, rock hard.
All right, I'm gonna have to move it on Gangsta Grandma because they don't like you. And I'm getting all these warnings, but Gangsta.
Yeah, Gangsta Grandma, you have a nice day.
Okay, now you two obviously agree with each other, but Jeremy, what brought you up?
Number one, I wanted to just rip into Gangsta Grandma because she's such a retard. But that's a different conversation for a different time.
The other thing is, look, MAGA reacts. You gotta kind of take the L here. Like, you're just Trump's foreign policy position is ridiculous.
I kind of agree with you. It is a little bit of L, but
a little bit. What? Let me ask you, Mac. Hold on, MAGA. I'll ask you. Hold on a second. MAGA reacts. Hold on. I'm gonna ask you this, MAGA reacts, and then Jeremy, I want you to let me know if you agree with them or not. Now, you believe that we're not going to give any money to Iran whatsoever. Is that correct, MAGA?
Yes.
Jeremy, what do you think?
I have no fucking clue. At this point, I feel like hey, Trump's just like asking, like, yes, Daddy Netanyahu, what should I do? You know, and then Netanyahu just takes like a dart and just throws it at the wall and says, "Oh, we'll do that." You know, with a whole bunch of pieces of paper that have all different plans on it. You know, like this is like the blind leading the blind. So, do I think that they'll give money to Iran? I think it is not out of the realm of possibility whatsoever. Not at all.
So do you think this deal will be better, worse, or about the same as the Obama deal?
Honestly, probably worse because, like, again, it's not in America's interest what we're doing. Never has been.
MAGA reacts. Worse, better, or about the same than the Obama deal?
I think it'll be better because that Obama deal was shit. I mean, they definitely have to fix a lot of shit that we blew up. They have the memory of getting fucking hit by the stick. So even though we're giving them the fucking carrot right now, they'll always have the memory of getting hit by the stick.
So the only thing that makes Trump's deal better than Obama is the fact that we blew some shit up that we're going to pay to fix?
No, honestly, I don't care about the money part, but it's the centrifuge thing. If they're not allowed to fucking centrifuge any more uranium, and we take away the uranium and there's no centrifuging, they could buy all the fucking uranium from us that's already ready to use for medical reasons. But if Trump gets them to give up the centrifuges and not to fucking process any uranium, I'll be happy with that.
Isn't that what Obama got? Them to agree not to do that?
Obama limited their centrifuges, but they still had centrifuges and they still had all the fucking tools and they still had all the ingredients under Obama. They're like, oh, we're just not gonna cook the bomb. We're just gonna have all the ingredients.
How do you think we're gonna verify they don't have the quote unquote ingredients under Trump? You think they're gonna give us access to their country?
Well, that should be part of the deal that we can verify that shit. And we got eyes. I mean, we know where their fucking centrifuges are. Their centrifuges are buried right now. Either they stay buried or we dig them up and make sure they're destroyed. But that's going to be the key part. If they have centrifuges and they can still use them, then I'm going to hate this deal. If there's no centrifuges and they could just buy the uranium they need for medical and power use, I'm going to like the deal. With Obama, that was always the issue, that they get limited centrifuge. They can still use their centrifuges for like 10, 15 years, and then we have to...
So are you against them having nuclear energy altogether?
No, I want them to have it. Just they could buy the uranium from us. They could buy it from Russia. They could buy it with somebody that already has nukes. But they don't need to make the uranium themselves. We'll give it to them. I mean, now I think that was on the fucking table once upon a time, that they give up processing the uranium and we'll fucking give them whatever uranium they want for nuclear power.
Hey guys, hold on a second. I just want to say, notice how the IQ of the conversation just suddenly went up when Gangsta Grandma left? It's just amazing. It's like when you take a shower after like a week.
Well, you guys are both right, but you guys are both right wingers, Jeremy. You may not be as strong for Trump as MAGA reacts is, but you voted for him once as well. So I mean, this is more of an echo chamber at this point. So of course it's going to be calmer than with Gangsta Grandma. You guys both kind of
but I've had plenty of good conversations with like Mike. Out of all people that I'd ever thought I'd have a civil conversation with, I did not expect it to be Mike.
MAGA reacts ain't had a civil conversation with him. MAGA reacts.
50-50. Sometimes he says shit that makes me think twice, but after actually looking into it, I realized that it was bullshit anyway.
Yeah.
He's good at talking. Mike's good at talking. That's why he could claim to win in a fucking argument, and he's like, "Oh, I won. You lost." That's because he's better at talking, not because he's actually making a better point.
Mike actually comes with a lot of receipts, because I didn't believe this $300 billion shit to Iran, but all the news agencies are starting to report it. So I thought this was when Mike said, go ahead.
His receipts is shit that's coming in the future. You're like, oh, these people predicted this, or yeah, this could be part of the deal. It's shit that's gonna come in the future that how am I gonna argue about something that didn't happen yet? I don't have a fucking time machine. So that's usually the problem.
Yet you had no problem. You say, how the hell you gonna argue about something in the future? Yet you had no problem saying Kamala Harris is gonna destroy the country. That's in the future.
Oh, because she was fucking shitty.
Right, then so because he's lying.
At the present time was a sorry ass fucking candidate.
Okay.
A puppet.
Okay, and because he tells her, and because he lies a lot, MAGA. Trump said, Jeremy, would you agree, as someone who voted for Trump yourself, would you not agree that Trump does tell a lot of lies, or at the very least says a lot of things that don't come true?
Yeah.
Okay.
He still thinks on purpose. Like, he kept our oil prices decent the whole time. If this was Harris, our oil prices would have fucking skyrocketed because, you know, she wouldn't have been able to argue against shit.
Do you think Trump is an honest man, MAGA? MAGA, do you think Trump is an honest man?
No, but he lies with a purpose. He lies to make the country better.
What the fuck does that mean? He lies with a purpose.
Like during COVID, he kept things calm during COVID. He kept oil prices low right now. Did you want oil prices to skyrocket? Because that sounds like what you wanted. You wanted him to be so brutally honest that oil prices would skyrocket instead of like fucking.
He lied during the. You're saying he lied during COVID. You lying to the American people in the middle of a pandemic. How is that beneficial at all?
It's just not predicting the future properly. I mean,
but hold on. MAGA reacts. Even if we were to say that that a lot of his lies are just not predicting the future properly, you know that just makes him look stupid, right? Like it's already bad enough that he's taking a jet from Qatar, which I feel like honestly, if like the Ayatollahs just wanted to have as many centrifuges as they wanted, they could just give him a jet at this point. So they could just drive their way into like doing whatever the hell they want. But like, all he needs to do is say, "This is a goal we have. We hope to achieve it." That would be way better than saying something like, "Oh yeah, we will have no new wars." Like, and by the way, out of all the lies he could possibly tell, the no new wars one didn't have to be a lie in the first place. He could have left Venezuela the fuck alone. He could have left Iran the fuck alone.
He also said no endless wars and peace through strength. We did have peace through strength because he fucking did bomb them, and we did have no endless war. If this war ends this week, it wasn't an endless war.
Bombing somebody
is. How many times have we had that happen? How many times have we had them say like, "Oh, it's going to be off. It's going to be over soon. It's going to be over. Oh, guys, no. This time it's for real. No. Sorry, I spoke too soon. This time it's for real." Like at some point, like if you're ordering Uber Eats and the guy keeps saying like, "I'll be there in 15 minutes. I'll be there in 30 minutes. I'll be there in 45 minutes." At some point, you got to be like, "Did he eat my fucking pizza?" Oh, that was my fucking pizza.
Hey, as long as you eventually get that pizza, look, I think he's still working on a deal, and it looks like it's gonna happen this Friday. So
we'll be able to drink the soda that came with it too.
Soda's flat.
You do MAGA reacts.
By the time we get it,
MAGA reacts.
We're gonna get it.
MAGA reacts. You do realize he said like 39 times that we're close to a deal with Iran. So you say he lies with. You say he lies with a. Hold on. You say he lies with a purpose. What is the purpose of telling the American people 39 different times we're close to a deal?
Keep oil prices down, keep people from panicking, and eventually he's going to be right, and we're going to hopefully have it this fucking
Eventually
Friday.
He's going to be right.
I'm saying hopefully. I'm not saying I don't know. I know for sure.
You just hold on, Jeremy. You just actually lived up to exactly what Jeremy gave the whole DoorDash explanation. Eventually my pizza's going to arrive, huh? It's going to be cold. It may be hard as a seat cushion.
Guy bothering lying to you. He could just eat your pizza and not answer you. Instead,
what's the difference?
He's still trying to deliver the fucking pizza.
At some point, MAGA, you're not going to want the pizza anymore.
Well, I don't see a point where I don't want peace anymore. I still want peace, so I want to keep working on it.
I gotta move it on, gentlemen. I do gotta move it on. Jeremy, this is what I deal with every day from MAGA.
Wait, Tim. Since I came up a little later in the conversation, do you mind if I have like 3 more minutes?
I'll give you 3. MAGA, we gotta go. All right.
Bye, MAGA reacts.
This is what you guys were once on the same team. What happened? Why did you get traded and he stayed behind?
Because Trump fucking lied to me. He told me the pizza was coming, and then I find out he wiped his ass with the pizza box.
Why don't he do it? So what did he do? Just eat the shit and enjoy the box? Did MAGA just eat it anyway?
Oh, he didn't even get the box. He just got a picture of the box and the text and said, "Thank you, Daddy."
Oh my God! Now, I want to ask you this while we're continuing to talk. I changed my poll on YouTube. The poll this time is a little stronger. Who do you trust more, President Trump or the nation of Iran? Now I'm gonna ask you that question, President.
I will trust President Trump more than the nation of Iran. But here's the thing, Tim. You want to know why that is?
Why?
Because that's like saying, do you trust the literal devil or a used car salesman? It's like the bar is in hell.
So in other
Like,
words,
it is.
so in other words,
bar
they're
is
so in other
low,
words,
it's
they're
not
both untrustworthy. One is just worse.
Yes, exactly. It's just it's not a situation where like you look at anybody and you're like, oh yeah, this person is a reasonable person. Like no, like I don't trust either one of them, but I guess at least one of them is slightly better.
Well, you got some company. How about this, Emmerich? Just let's take Iran's past of years out of the picture. Just since the war started, who do you trust more? Because Iran's been releasing information, and so has the Trump administration.
Okay, well, if it's just if we ignore the past, which I think is kind of a ridiculous thing, but we'll go with it. Then I would say probably Iran. But like again, that's eliminating a huge part of why I don't trust them. It's kind of hard to like. That's like saying like hey, ignoring all the mass shootings and homicides.
What have they been lying about over the years, though? I mean, what? Because we've been lying about all kinds of shit. What have they been lying about?
It's not just what they've been lying about. It's also what they've been open and honest about. But they've been like torturing prisoners, including rape of like female prisoners,
waterboarding people in Guantanamo with no. I mean, I'm trying to. This is what I'm trying to figure out. And I know this is gonna sound real unpatriotic to say this, but I'm trying to figure out what are we accusing Iran of doing that we haven't done too.
We haven't done it on the same scale. Nearly the same.
No, it's been bigger because Iran only operates in their region of the world. We're all over the damn planet.
I'm not saying that we're good. I'm saying if you have a choice between a piece of pizza with shit on it and just a ball of shit.
Well, hold on. The U.S. government. Think about this. The U.S. government made it snow from one end of this country to the other. By the way, selling weapons to Iran, and caused a epidemic of hug use that is still prevalent in the United States today, and that's our government's fault. Our government is just as sadistic as any other on the planet, and to say otherwise would be a lie.
Nope. And here's why you're wrong about that. You can actually get FOIA requests in the United States. There's nothing like that in Iran. Nothing like that. Not only that, the government isn't a monolith in the United States like it is in Iran. There's no central. It's not a centralized. There are some things that the federal government never touches that only local and state governments touch. That is not something you get in Iran.
I didn't say our governments were set up similarly. That's not what I said. I said the atrocities committed by our governments are similar. And no matter what you say, our government has given people diseases on purpose. Our government has put hugs in our communities. They have BOMB communities. Look at what happened to Tulsa. Our government is got dripping from their hands. So much. It is so bad. So we should not act like America is some paragon of truth and justice when we are equally as guilty as everybody else. And I actually trust Iran currently more than I trust our government because what they say matches up with the international community when I read the paper. And when I listen to Donald Trump, I hear the same bullshit lie over and over and over on repeat, and on top of that, he has made us look so incredibly weak. It's not even funny. If he had just left him alone, we'd been better than this. But now they're going to get even more money than Obama gave them, and I ain't going to hear Republicans bitch about that. They're going to be really complacent, I'm sure.
But what they're going to do what MAGA Reacts is saying. MAGA Reacts is saying that we're not going to give them any money. They're going to deny that we're giving them any money at all.
Look, that's why I went and got coins, is because I wanted to talk to him like I was gone to get coins. And you let him go. I was like, damn.
Wait.
I was going to feast upon his intellectual dishonesty today because I am feeling frisky. He ought to be glad he's gone.
Hey, Andy, let me ask you a question. So,
What?
Is Iran better because they're more blatant about their human rights violations?
No, they've just been more honest about the conflict. What they say and what the international community sees are the same. What we're saying in America is the lie, and everybody is reporting that globally. Do you see news outside America? Do you bother to look?
I see some stuff here and there. But I don't get a whole lot of it because it is foreign, so I have to get like secondhand. So
Well, you can get BBC, Sky News, Al Jazeera, all that's English. I mean, there's plenty of France has a news channel.
I get that stuff. But I don't get it directly because I don't pay for like that.
You don't need to pay for it. It's on YouTube. You don't need to pay for it.
But I have to like go out of my way to go for it. But I do get it. I do see that stuff.
So you're not
I'm
willing
saying
to
that
just say you're not willing to put forth the effort. Just say it. Don't give us a
No,
bunch
I
of
didn't say
excuses.
that.
You're
I
just
didn't
not
say
willing
that.
to put forth the effort to go look, and that's fine. I'll explain it to you.
I didn't even disagree with you that Iran was telling the truth about what's happening with the war. What I'm saying is that they're not better than America because most of the things that we have done wrong at some points, they do wrong on a regular basis, and they
So
do
do we.
it blatantly without remorse.
Yeah, so do we, though. But we have been brainwashed in this country, like standing up and pledging allegiance, like only dictators do that. Like that's wild work. We do that in America.
Wait, what do you think they
We
do?
have been lied to about the lie of American exceptionalism. We are told from birth.
Real quick in the comments, me too. You said you shouldn't bring up Jeremy when up against the grandma. He just bullies and adds nothing to the conversation. Well, that's how the program is set up. Is that the Galaxy brings folks up? I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Go
And
ahead. I
can
mean,
say the same thing about
that's what the
Instagram.
viewers wanted. It was something I was kind of hesitant to do, but they actually requested that. Keep going.
No, not only that, Gangsta Grandma's no better. Let's be honest. 90% of what she says is just bullying.
I like Gangsta Grandma. She's a really nice lady. She treats me very respectfully. Maybe it's the way
She's on your
y'all
team.
interact with her that is problematic. But if you treat her with respect, that's what I got back. And Handsome seen it. She treats me lovely.
Yeah, because she's on the same ideological team as you. That's the only reason. She wouldn't treat anyone, even the most reserved, calm, level-headed, and conservative
No,
out
I've
there.
actually disagreed with her, and we've had a conversation. It's the way you go about it. And see, apparently you are a reformed Republican. Is that it? You ever done
I don't know about the word reform.
He's Republican. He's just not MAGA anymore. And there's obviously a difference.
And Tim, I told you those existed, and now you have. Hold on, Jeremy. I just pointed that out to make a point to you.
Who was that Galaxy
Remember
from
when I told
too?
you about these people, and you told me they didn't exist. Now you have to admit that they exist, because now they're more prevalent. You even got them on your panel.
The reformed Republicans?
People who are losing their taste for Trump.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, and I didn't, you know, something. Look, a lot of Sir Knight. Was that to bring somebody up? Sir Knight of Liberty.
Sir Knight through it.
I saw the Galaxy, but was it to bring somebody up? Let me know. But Jeremy is one of those who is former MAGA. I've talked to somebody else. I talked to that is.
It was Sir Knight, by the way. It was Sir Knight. Sir Knight was the one to send the Galaxy.
Yeah,
What's up?
I don't see him in it. He didn't put in a request. Went and looked for him to bring him up. He's not in there. No, the reason why I said is that kind of lost my fucking train of thought. What the fuck was I about to say? You threw me off with the Sir Knight. I was about to say some fucking. I can't remember what train of thought was, but Sir Knight let me know. He said he does not want up, so Sir Knight did not do it. And thank you, Sir Knight, for the support.
I'm not used to seeing you get flustered and lose your place. That's the first.
It's a lot of
Let me
you.
mark it down. What's today? Today's what?
Today.
June 16th, 17th. What is today?
Listen, I make it clear on the program. I make it clear all day, every day. I am not a perfect host. I get shit wrong. That's why I enjoy having folks from all sides of the aisle meeting one place. A lot of you guys correct me. Mike is really good at doing that. But, sometimes I can help correct other people as well. So that's what we do. We all meet here, have free speech, and we teach each other shit. So
I do want to correct myself on something I said last time I was up. Well, actually, correction to that. It was actually the time before that time about Austin Metcalf. Yeah, witnesses did say that he did push Carmelo Anthony. And the real issue was appropriate amount of force being used was in response. That was the real issue. I mean, there was a lot of lies on both sides. It's like the idea that like there was a cleat sharpener, even though that wasn't.
I have a hard time.
I think the sentence was extreme.
Yeah, I think the sentence. I think the sentence was harsh. I don't think it was murder one, but I have a hard time letting him stab somebody like that and walk. I know some folks believe he should be sitting at home. I have a hard time with that.
We can call it MS1, you know. But he was cornered. They started the altercation.
Yeah.
Like, if he had started the altercation, I'd totally agree with you, Tim, and it'd be over. But he didn't start the altercation. And he was in a tent, one way out, you know, enclosed. That's going to amp up the flight or fear risk. You know what I'm saying?
But here's a pushback.
Especially when you feel cornered.
He shanked the guy, dropped the knife, and ran. So you obviously had a way out to begin with. If you were cornered, because first of all, if I got 3 or 4 people that are threatening me, I'm never gonna drop my weapon. I'm gonna shank one of them and let you know any of you other motherfuckers step up, you can get this too. He shanked dude, let go of the weapon, and took off. So clearly he did not have to do that. He didn't feel cornered. That's where the problem is.
Well, I think how you feel, like, it's not about reality. It's the fear factor in the moment, because that's what they go by. And I feel like that is a horrible thing that this happened. I feel sorry for both parents. You know, I feel sorry for even the mother that lost her son. You know, your son was a bully, but you didn't deserve this shit.
Right.
You know, but I don't think the sentence meets the crime.
What would you give him? What would you give him?
15 years, maybe.
And that's every guest I had. And I'm talking my African American side of the aisle. They all said the same thing. Mike and I think Stick, the ruler, were the only ones that said dude should walk. Most of the guests I brought up believe this, everything. They believe everything what Andy said. And I agree with Andy too. I think the sentence at 35 years and murder one are too harsh. I would have said manslaughter, probably somewhere around the time Andy gave, maybe even a few years less. But most people agree with what Andy said. Is that, you know, the racial makeup of it is what gave him, and the all-white jury gave him a greater sentence.
It wasn't an all-white jury. That's a lie.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but there weren't any black people on the jury. There were people of other nationalities, but there were no black people on the jury. Has a very, all the ones that they even brought up were stricken, so he has a right for appeal.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about that. Too many of the black people that they asked to come up kept saying,
that's fucked up. Yeah, I heard about that. Yes, and they have a hard time. Look, if you are African American and you're going to have a hard time locking up a black man, shut the fuck up and serve on the jury.
Yeah, don't say shit.
Right. I served on the jury.
That was a really dumb move of them.
But don't be that fucking honest.
I actually was an alternate for a jury back in the 90s, and I had a black woman in Chicago. Black woman said the exact same thing. She said, I don't trust police, and they got rid of her ass real quick. She said the same thing. I'd have a hard time believing the police on anything. I don't trust them, and the judge was like, okay, you're dismissed. I mean, just keep your mouth shut, lady. I mean, real quick in the comments, you got a question. You got a comment, Andy. Evil says, hey, ask Miss Lovable Andy, is she saying she was feeling frisky earlier? What's going on? How's the cookie? What the fuck? What are you talking about?
I don't understand what that means.
I'm just in a good mood. Like, we've had a lot going on. My father-in-law had a stroke. My mother-in-law's got brain cancer. It's like the first day that I felt good. Like, because I didn't have a lot weighing on me today. Like, I just woke up and nothing was my responsibility for the first time in months. Like, I was like, oh, yeah. And it just made me in a good mood. Like,
you had a little bit
in a minute.
Fair enough.
A little bit of sunshine. You had a little bit of sunshine with all the rain, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, folks, for the sake of time, I do got to move the show on. As always, it's always a pleasure talking to both of you guys. I'm getting some serious ringing in the ear.
I do want to talk to you about the war if you get a chance.
All right. I'll give you a couple minutes, Jeremy. Thank you. Go ahead, Andy. What do you want to say real quick?
Like, I am so disappointed that MAGA's just like, oh, yeah, I love this. This is literally what Obama had. We could have stuck with that, saved billions and billions of fucking dollars. Not lost 14 service members. Not fucked up all our bases. You know, like, productive. Like, and now Donald Trump is saying we can't afford Medicare. All that money needs to go to the military. Please explain to me.
I think Trump is allocating our tax money to things that benefit Trump specifically. I mean, what he's doing with the military, in my opinion, is stuff that probably is going to benefit him specifically behind the scenes. Like, his promise of turning Gaza to the Riviera of the Middle East, or what he's planning with Cuba. That's stuff that he is probably through investors and stuff going to make a fortune out of. He's using our country for personal gain. Everything he's doing indicates that. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I see
No,
it.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
If you think about it, Donald Trump said he was going to be a wartime president. He said it before we ever started the war. He's a wartime president. Yeah, we couldn't figure out why he thought he was a wartime president because, Ukraine was still going on and there's some skirmishes with, the country across the sea, but like we weren't doing anything. So we're like, what's he talking about? Then he changed the department, the DOD to the Department of War. Like it was always going to go this way. This was always his intent. If you look at what he did and what he said, he's the fact that he lies to them so without any impunity and doesn't care.
Yeah, easily.
And they just suck it up. Like that is so alarming to me because I know there are people that think we're going to be able to vote our way out of this, and I'm not one of those. I'm sorry, y'all.
What do you think? What do you think is going to happen with the midterms?
I think it'll take us years and years to fix everything he got.
Oh, well, yeah.
You realize how many agencies are just like
gone?
Like the forestry agency. He just did the forestry agency. What's going to happen when we have a forest fire?
Yeah.
We've hobbled FEMA. We've hobbled the forestry agency. Like all these little agencies, we are losing so much institutional knowledge. It's unreal because once he fires these people that know all the things that we need to know about these agencies, by the time we get back into power and can hire them, they're long gone and have other jobs.
But that's why
just lost institutional knowledge.
That's why I'm saying I believe he's using the country for personal gain. My guess is because I don't believe they're pursuing waste, fraud, and abuse. I believe they're pocketing the money. I mean, you're firing all these people, getting rid of all these agencies, all that tax money that used to go to those folks. Where's that money going now? I actually do believe
they don't want these to exist because they investigate. That's why Elon got rid of USAID, and that's why Elon wanted. Like, what did the Consumer Credit Bureau do to get anything done to them? Nothing. But they looked at Elon's Teslas and had something to say about them. So he cut the agency that literally gives Americans $1 billion back every year. Make that make sense.
Yeah. And the thing about it is
all of this was to cover his ass.
I mean, I agree with the covering his ass part, but you're also getting rid of people that is going to save a ton of tax money that was going to those people. Where is that money going now? All those folks that got fired that through Doge, where is the money that used to go to pay them people? Where is that money going? I believe that they are pocketing some of that money. Just like
I agree.
They seized
Trump says it's going to the military, but I think it's going in his back pocket.
I think they're getting, you don't need a lot if you're only talking about going to one man. Like they seized a cargo ship full of oil going from Venezuela to Cuba. That thing just disappeared. A whole, ship full of crude oil or whatever. That would make one person really, really, really extremely wealthy. Where is that at? And then you hear Trump say that that Venezuela's doing fine. We took some of their oil, he said we made a fortune off of it. You and I ain't made no money off of that. Where's that money at? He actually said we made a fortune off of taking oil from them. Who made a fortune? So they're doing things and pocketing the money.
Well, he's also hurting us in other ways. All these states that, eased up their excise tax, they need that money. It's got to come from somewhere. Emptying reserves, like, he's just like, he's like a kid in a candy store, and he's found out he has all these toys, and he's just using them till he uses them up. To him, I don't think this war is real. I think he needs to get on a plane, fly his ass over there and see what's going on to make it real for him. Because if you've not seen all the memes, because this is the way I view it in my head, he's like a little kid with his feet put together, playing with a bunch of planes and army shoulders and cheering that he won.
I don't think he cares about it to that level, even if he went over there, because he just said Netanyahu is blowing up apartment complexes because of one guy. It ain't like he just found that out. They were saying that under Biden. So we've known, they know what they're doing is killing tons of people.
Poor people don't matter to them, though. They actually think that they're a drain on the society and that they're not being helpful. Therefore, they should go. And, Fountainhead. Some people matter, some people don't.
MAGA represents poor people. What would you say? He cares about MAGA, right?
Well, I mean, they say they represent poor people, but what are they doing for them? Like, they vote for him, but, like, I know a bunch of people that were on food stamps that live out in Walker County that were raising hell that the VFW that I work at, you know, raising hell that they didn't get a check. I was like, you voted for that. That's the big, beautiful bill y'all were singing about.
Still got
why y'all didn't know.
Still got 2 more years. Andy, I will move it on, but still got 2 more years. Hopefully things get better.
You think the country's going to last 2 more years?
Yeah.
Like, I used to look at America having a future, but at the rate Donald Trump's gutting these agencies, like, every time you turn around, you can't turn around without seeing a Russian attached to Trump. When we all knew the gig was up, when J.D. Vance went and damn campaigned for Viktor Orban.
What do you say? We're going to become a dictatorship? You think we're going to become a dictatorship?
And then he took the sanctions off of Russia for oil. Like,
well, wait a minute. You said America's not going to last 2 more years. What are you expecting America to become?
A full dictatorship. I don't think Donald Trump ever plans to leave the office.
You used to be so optimistic.
Yeah, no. This is what Trump supporters did to me. I don't believe he'll ever leave. I think that we have come to this point in history that, you know, they're very, very wealthy. Look, even what's his name moved to Argentina, which isn't that fucking symmetrical in history.
Yeah, that's where all the Third Reich went. I gotta go. I'll leave it at that for time. That's
it was great
crazy.
Talking to you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. In the comments, somebody said something I wanted to respond to, and I think the comments moved up. I'm more concerned about the fraud on every state. Yeah, because it's easier to let Trump get away with it or something. I don't get that one. To the Moon says, I'm okay with the oil ship. Honestly, it's the most gangster thing I've ever heard. And I think your comment is probably fairly common with MAGA, is that they're okay with Trump doing whatever. As long as Trump is sticking it to people that they don't favor, they're okay with him doing whatever he wants to do. Because most of, and like my last caller, thank you, Jay, for the hat and mustache. I appreciate that. Help your boy out, folks, with the TikTok cap, hat and mustache. Thank you. MAGA's not doing very well under Trump either. It's simple as that. They're buying groceries. They're paying for gas just like everybody else. The average working class MAGA, just like liberals, are struggling just like everybody else. But MAGA's happy compared to other folks. Why is that? For exactly what To the Moon is talking about, doing gangster shit, making liberals cry and winning, going at the liberals in court, going at the Jimmy Kimmel, or, saying awful shit about The View, or UFC matches on the front lawn of the White House to piss off the libs. That's what's keeping MAGA happy. Not necessarily that he's doing anything better to better their lives economically or financially. It's just being able to celebrate him having perceived victories over the left, over transgender, maybe African Americans are doing something that he's talking about, watching immigrants get deported out of other cities that they don't live in. It's the mayhem, as he says right here in the comments. I'm okay with the oil ship. Honestly, it's the most gangster thing I've ever seen. You're not getting a penny from the proceeds or any of that. But I like seeing him do some gangster shit to them Venezuelans. That's what is keeping a lot of MAGA happy. I like seeing them make life harder for transgender. I like seeing them get these illegal immigrants out of the country. I like seeing them send in the National Guard to liberal cities. It's almost like watching Batman and rooting for Heath Ledger, rooting for the Joker. I like the shit he does to people. Your life ain't changing at all, but I like the shit the Joker is doing to people. That's what it kind of sounds like, in my opinion. Just rooting for misery of other people. Tap the screen, get us up over the 100,000. We'll go back to the box, because you don't hear MAGA bragging and saying, "Well, since Trump took office, my wages are up. There's a ton of jobs in my community. I can afford rent now, and I couldn't afford it under Biden. The price of cars have come to." It ain't none of that. It's all shit that he's doing that really does not affect. Hey, he's gotten biological males out of women's sports. Do you have a daughter that was playing against one? No, but I don't want him doing it. He's lowering crime in D.C. Have you been to D.C.? No. So it's a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with their lives, but they do like seeing him perpetrate misery on other people that they don't favor. MAGA are basically cooks. The chair in the corner was made for them. Oh my God, not the cuck argument. The real fascists are on the left, says Robert Kennedy. I can't speak on it because you guys throw around these terms like all over the place. Just like you got a lot of African Americans throw around the term racist on every damn thing. The right throws around socialists, communists, and fascists on everything. Everybody on the left is some kind of ist, except for capitalists. So at some point, the word loses any value. I have a daughter in sports. Trans people have stolen over 275 scholarships now from females. How many scholarships are there in total? I mean, like I said, this is stuff that is not. Did he steal one of those 275 scholarships? Was it one your daughter was going to get? Why should I care about people from other countries in here illegally? What's wrong with you, Tim? Because it's not only people that are here illegally. If Trump was only deporting illegal immigrants, rapists and murderers, the ones he told you about, I don't think anybody would have an issue with that. But when he started accusing folks who are here legally of eating cats and dogs and started saying he wants to find ways to get rid of, to actually revoke citizenship, he's going way beyond deporting illegal immigrants. Even if you want to sponsor somebody to come here, there are companies that will offer you a job to work in America, and they tell the immigration department, we're going to pay this employee $90,000 a year, and we're going to give him health care. That way he's not on the U.S. dough at all. Trump raised the amount you got to pay to sponsor people. So he's making it harder for legal people to come here. So what they're saying is we're only getting rid of illegal immigrants, but in reality, they're making it hard to come here, period. If you want to seek asylum, that's almost impossible under the Trump administration now. They've banned migration from all third world countries. He tried to ban migration from all Muslims. They've made it almost impossible to come here. It's way beyond just deporting illegal immigrants. That is a ruse. Anybody tells you that is just not giving you the whole story. Jay Sid says, if people admire a president that's gangster, then I'm done. Or DN. Are you saying down or done, Jay Sid? Are you saying down or done? Look, there are gangsters that work in your favor. There are gangsters that work to your detriment. Every gangster's not a friend. So keep that in mind too. The talent go to other countries, the USA will lose. That is true. I do agree with that. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Stick the Ruler. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. If it brings them up. Stick, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. We're talking about winners and losers. Trump is suggesting we're now at the point where we've gotten a deal with Iran. What say you?
Man, okay, so
I'm laughing because me and my brother that's usually the prelude to something bad. You call the other guy, if the first word is man, it's usually gonna be something bad. Man, she don't left me, or man, I got arrested. When you hear that man with about 6 A's in between the M and the N, it's usually something bad about to come, man. So when you answered it like that.
yeah, I have to answer it like that because it's like this, man. We know Trump is Trump in the sense that, number one, the day that he announced it was his birthday, right? Yeah. And then it was also the UFC fight going on at the White House.
Yeah, speaking of the UFC fight where they said Michelle Obama is a man. But go ahead.
Right, exactly. So it's one of those situations to where you want it to be true, right? You want the Strait of Hormuz to be cleared up.
Right.
You want us to have a deal, stop the war / our excursion that we have on them. Like, it's a whole bunch of positive to it if it's true. But time and time again, like, I think it's been 39 times that he said it already that we had a deal.
I think it's up to 40 now, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah.
But what about MAGA? MAGA reacts say the reason he's doing that is he is lying with a purpose.
He's definitely lying with a purpose. He's manipulating the market. He's trying to manipulate the market to make it look good, especially around his birthday. Like, it's not really, again, it has nothing to do with MAGA React's pockets.
It has nothing to do with Straight Talk's pockets. It has nothing to do with my fucking pockets. It was just to make it look good for him going into his 80th birthday. Look, I got the gas prices starting to try to come down. I'm gonna make this deal, and it's not gonna be better than what Barack had. But at the end of the day, only reason you got rid of the deal is because it had Barack name on it. That's it. Nothing else. Like he's a hater. I don't
Yeah, he absolutely does not like Obama. He tried to literally destroy everything Obama ever did. But before we continue, real quick in the comments, Kim said, I think that says Kim Mantha, something says, I want America to stay American, so is that racist? Yeah, because what you guys are trying to do is not traditional America. America is a country of immigrants, going all the way back to the very beginning. So this anti-immigrant sentiment that the right is trying to do right now, that goes against the tradition of America, from Chinese to Japanese to Germans to Irish. That's how they all came here, as immigrants. You guys are trying to stop legal immigration. So yes, it is racist. It goes against the tradition this country was founded on. Am I getting that wrong? Stick.
Well, no, you're not getting it wrong. And what she needs to understand is, are you saying you want more Brazilians? Do you want more Argentinians?
Keep America white. Keep America white is what they're saying.
No, I'm going by her words. If you want to keep it American, that means anything from North America, Central America, South America is welcome.
Oh, you mean the continent? You're talking about keep America. Yeah, you're going by the continent. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, keep it American. We cool with that. Yeah. And that's cool. That's fine. But when you go down and you say, oh, keep it to white people that ain't American that come over here, like, what are we doing? Well, the Netherlands, that's not American. That's not what?
Neither were the South Afrikaners that they allege were escaping genocide. And the South Afrikaners admitted there was no genocide, and they actually went back home. Some of them did. They were letting them in here. So yeah, what Trump is doing is trying to lighten the color of the country, kind of like a replacement theory correction.
Yeah, it's a replacement in reverse. It's a replacement theory in reverse. And then they're the ones that came up with replacement theory in the first place. Yeah. Like, they're the only ones that are worried about somebody else coming over and being the predominant race or nationality of people. They want to keep it white tea. In itself, that's racist. In itself. So that's not even a question. For a stupid motherfucker to get up here and think that ain't nobody going to say that that's racist, shut the fuck up. like, go back to school, shut the fuck up.
Jay Sid in the comments says we need a civilized human being as president, not a gang leader. Real quick, Stick, check this out. Now, I do have a poll going on, almost 150 respondents so far. Question is, who do you trust more, President Trump or the nation of Iran? You, what say you?
I trust the nation of Iran. What do they have to lie about? Let's keep it G.
Well, I mean, they got their own propaganda arm. The Lego videos are propaganda. It looked like they're true, but the Lego, I mean, well, they got your government is ran by pedophiles. I mean, they got souls and everything. They ordered you to die for Israel, I think is part of that song. I mean, some of that's propaganda.
No, when you got people like, what was it, Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham and all of them talking about the Bible tells us that we got to do such and such. Yeah. Everybody in the United States is not got doggone Christian. Again, if you sound like an idiot, shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing. Go back to school. Learn some shit. Like everybody in this country, the Zeeks don't have to do what the Christians do. The Muslims don't have to do what the Christians do. The Buddhists don't have to do what the Christians do. Hell, the Baptists and the Methodists don't have to do what everybody else does. I mean, it is what we all are different denominations. We all, in a sense, are believers, right? We may not believe in the same exact thing, but if you got people that believe in God, that's a start.
Well, speaking of going back to school and learning some shit, Hanson Conservative is providing us with a lesson. He states keeping America does not mean keeping America white. That's just a Democrat talking point. So he's pushing back and saying that there is no, they just wanting to maintain the country has nothing to do with race. It's just the Democrats are making that claim.
Why is it a Democrat talking point and we ain't the ones talking about it? The Republicans, the conservatives, the ones that want to conserve this bitch to be white is the ones talking about it. Like again.
Well, are they really coming out and saying they want to keep the country white though? I mean, you can see it in the actions. I get your point, but they're not saying it specifically.
So that's my point. Why do they have to come out and say I'm racist when we can see it? Why do they have to come out and say we want to keep America white when we see that Trump get on TV, he want the Afrikaners, not the Africans, the Afrikaners. Yeah. Notice there's a con in that motherfucker. Con, they're cons. That's it. That's it. Yeah. The Netherlands, the Germans, the goddamn Russians, anybody that's white tea, that's the people he wants to come over. He don't want them to come over for shithole countries that happens to be part of America, right?
Yeah,
North America.
Yeah, if you're attempting, and these are things Trump has tried to do, he tried a total and complete ban on all Muslims, and that's a quote. Because folks tried to change and say no, he only meant certain countries. He originally tried a total and complete ban on all Muslims, and then he's banned all third world countries. Just those two things alone mean you're going to pretty much eradicate most brown and black immigrants from coming here, because that's where most of them are coming from, either one of those groups. If you're not banning Western Europeans, you're banning third world countries and Muslims. That's most of the black and brown people on the globe.
And then on top of that, while you're doing that, you're also taking the black vote and you're hacking, cracking, and anything else that has to do with the vote. You're gerrymandering. You're doing all sorts of stuff. So you showing your ass. We don't have to guess this shit anymore. MAGA, if you're not racist, all the racists are MAGA. Right?
Well, no, I don't. I disagree because I believe that African Americans can be racist too, and there's plenty of Democrat African Americans I believe that are racist. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm. Doesn't cost you a cent to do it. If you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. You disagree with me, right, Stick?
Definitely, I disagree with you. We can't be racist because we're not part of the system.
Yeah,
again, Tim, we can be bigoted, we can be prejudiced, we cannot be racist because we're not part of the system that forms racism.
I don't believe you have to be part of the actual. I mean, you can have your own inner system and be racist within it.
Listen, you're gonna have to go to a country that's predominantly the other people. And what I mean by the other people is any other race than okay, so the African American, this is supposed to be our country, but we don't have no power. We don't control
That's
anything.
not true. That's not true.
No, listen, Tim. We don't have any fucking power.
That's not true. There are whole cities, there are whole small towns that are governed. Look, I'm from Chicago. A lot of the surrounding suburbs, like Gary, Indiana, the whole fucking town is run by black people. So you're going to tell me that town can't do anything racist to a white person coming through it? No, the police force, the mayor, the whole town is black.
No, because they're protected. They
are
protected by the system that they created for them. They are protected. But what I will say is this: if you go to Africa, right, and you are in Nigeria, and everybody there is of dark complected skin, Nigerians, whatever the case may be, even the lighter, they're still darker than white folks. And one white folk come over there and try to do something, they can probably be racist. Because that's their country.
I don't buy that. I mean,
They are in total control. They made up all their own rules. It is what it is.
So you're telling me, if you go to a town that, I mean, there's a lot of small towns that have black mayor, black police chief. So you're telling me if you go to that town and the cops arrest you wrongfully, you're going to say because you're white it all of a sudden is not racist now, knowing damn well if the town was all white and the black person got arrested, we would yell racism. But because it's happening to a white person in an all black town, it's not racist.
I'm gonna say it again. Number one, because we are bound by rules, we're not gonna arrest somebody just because they're white.
How do you know that?
Happen.
Oh my!
It doesn't happen. Jeffrey Dahmer. If you ever watched the goddamn docuseries or the movie or whatever it was you want to call it, Jeffrey Dahmer had the person. They had somebody call the police. The person was brought outside alive, sat and asked certain questions. The police asked Jeffrey Dahmer over everybody that's saying, man, look, man.
The lover squirrel. It was a lover squirrel.
Yeah. And we're going to let this slide. Twice this happened. One time, the dude went back in there unalived, got unalived by Jeffrey Dahmer. The next time, the dude left and nothing happened. So again, because of his skin complexion and because the officers that showed up was basically part of the system, not only because they were police, but because they was white tee, he got away with it.
I'll tell you something, Stick.
He got called.
I will take your Jeffrey Dahmer and raise you a Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse the system didn't work for him. They were trying to hang him. Fortunately for Kyle Rittenhouse, the jury let him off, but they were trying to put Kyle Rittenhouse behind bars for life. The state of Wisconsin, all white people, they were trying to lock Kyle Rittenhouse up. So white privilege was not working for him.
That's called optics, and yes, it was because initially, before he got locked up or anything, guess what? Pew pew, two people. Then I'm walking down the street with my hands up, rifle in the air, and guess what they just do? Walk right past his ass.
Okay, you got me with that. I forgot about that. Okay, I forgot about that.
What the hell are we talking about? Yeah, and then you got the.
I kind of forgot about that.
Exactly. You got the one that sat in church, prayed, right? And when everybody put their head down, he began to pew the church. Then when the officers came, they took his ass to Burger King. Man, what the fuck going on, man? Come on, man. Black dude in Burger King having it his way after he got done shooting people. Come on, stop that.
It happens occasionally. In the comments, We the Rebel says they are protected. I'd have a hard time convicting a brother. Like I said, where you and I do disagree, though. I don't believe that if you get profiled or wrongfully arrested in an all-black town, somehow that can't be racist because the people arresting you are black and you're white. You and I disagree with that.
Was this country founded on racism?
Yes.
Okay, then so what are we talking about? Why me and you, black men, going back and forth about whether this country or whether the white folks have more power than black folks?
I'm not disagreeing with who has the power. I'm disagreeing with the notion that the group with less power cannot be racist. That's what I disagree with you on.
We can't. And then on top of that, we don't drink. Listen, we don't. I say it like this. If they get justice in the sense of they get found guilty because they did something wrong and it's blatantly wrong, it's on camera, we've seen it, and they get found guilty, every black folk in the world is not happy, right? We're not happy about it. You got people, creators, all sorts of stuff, blagger, splagger, they not happy, right?
I don't know, but most of them are not. I still got a lot of black MAGA I'm talking to on here, Stick. I'm still interacting with black MAGA. They're not saying they're not happy. Jeremy is not happy. He's the one, but most of my MAGA viewers are still fairly happy with Trump.
That's my point. So again, that shows right then that even though shit's fucked up, they still will put on a happy face. They will still pretend, no matter if it's blagger, splagger, MAGA itself, they are a cult. It is what it is. Like I'm done with trying to explain how they just listen to everything. If Trump takes his hand and then really quick points at somebody and then takes his hand and goes to the right with it, they'll fucking run and hit a goddamn pole trying to follow his fucking hand.
There are some. I cannot deny that there are some very devoted MAGA, because when I see what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene, if he can make you go from, because she was about as loyal as you can get, if he can make you go from liking her to thinking she's a traitor overnight, yeah, he can literally point at you and say thumbs down, and it's like slitting your throat. I gotta move it on. No stick. Give you the last word. Go ahead.
One last thing. So it's not only that he has the power to make you think that she's a traitor, but it's what she's a traitor for. She's a traitor for because she's a part of Congress that actually seen 9 times out of 10 what them documents said.
They don't believe that. They believe that MAGA believe. They don't believe that. They believe that she was trying to get a job on the Trump administration. They don't believe the Epstein stuff. They don't believe the Epstein angle.
And that's the problem. You have somebody holding the information, just like you had Pam Bondi telling you, I got the files on my desk. I know, like I'm gonna handle this. And you got so much damn faith, but then as soon as she turn around and don't do what you want to do, oh well, you know, Trump, you just making up a fucking excuse. You are in a cult. You need help. Fuck prayer. That's not helping you. Take your ass to the psychiatrist, turn yourself in like the Joker or some shit, and tell them you have a fucking problem. Stop watching Fox, stop watching Newsmax, and all this other dumbass shit, X, tweets, all of that shit. That is you, MAGA. That is what your direction comes from. I need y'all to think about that bullshit. And I land my plane.
That's a smooth landing. Stick. Appreciate it as always. Thank you very much. Tap the screen. Get us up to 115. How do you spell it? FIDDEEN? 15. Get us up to 115. Tap the screen, if you will. Democrats lost. Keep up the good work, says this is one of the reasons Democrats lost this handsome conservative. I think the Democrats lost because Biden didn't step down soon enough, if you ask me. I don't think Kamala Harris was a great candidate, but I think she would have gotten significantly better if she had more time to run. I think Biden just refusing to. Biden should have either been all in or all out. So I think that had a lot to do with it. And the June 27th debate with Trump, to me, I don't think it has anything to do with Democrats yelling racism and all the stuff you're talking about. I think it's that the performance under the Biden administration was not good. In the comments, propaganda is saying we want to keep all America white. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Propaganda happens. Thank you very much, whoever sent that Egyptian beauty travelman for the Pharaoh mask. Thank you. Look, propaganda happens. I mean, if you want to suggest the Democrats are wrong for saying that the Trump administration wants to keep all the country all white, well, Trump is saying Democrats hate America. I mean, look, what do I always say? You can't get in the mud and then complain about getting dirty. Just like I got a viewer currently on YouTube that is saying, Kim says that racist is such an overused word. Yeah, so is socialist, communist, fascist, all the stuff that the right uses to the left. You're okay with it when you're using it on the left, but you don't like it when they do something similar to you. I agree racist is overused. I agree that there are people who yell racist or racism when it's not always racism at play. But there's damn sure a hell of a lot of people yelling socialism and communism and fascism against the left when that is not always at play. America under Obama did not come remotely close to being a socialist country, not even in a remote sense of the word. Yet the left was all saying Obama was a socialist. This country, if you wanted to open up a business under Obama, you could do it. All of the same capitalism shit you can do now. There's nothing you can do now that you couldn't do under Obama's term. But they were saying that Obama was a socialist. In fact, they say all Democrats are socialists. We don't want you calling all white people racist, but let us call all Democrats socialists. If you don't want to get dirty, don't get in the mud. That's the way I look at it. Danny Dan, yeehaw! Appreciate the hat and mustaches. Going back to the box, one and only Travelman. Good evening. Tell ugly KKK conservative. He said the country needs to be ran by competent white men. Did he say that? Handsome conservative. Have you ever seen the country needs to be ran by competent white men? Travelman, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
Hanging around like Al Sharpton at a Klan meeting. You know what I always say. What's going on?
Well, sounds
sound like y'all on this racial talk tonight.
No, we're talking about America at war and the fact that the Trump administration is now stating that the war has come to a conclusion. Have you heard that? If so, what say you?
You mean the war that they stepped into and blew out their ass? That's the one you're talking about?
Well, according to Trump, they were trying to develop atomic weapons. Trump saved the day because if he had not acted, they were going to get a bomb and use it on us. So Trump saved the day. Where do I mail the MAGA hat?
Trump is a pathological liar, though.
Hey.
And my question, my answer to that also is, how are they going to deliver a nuclear weapon to our shores when they don't have the vehicle to get it here? And as per our intelligence, and also the IAE or whatever the name of them are, they had no vehicle. They were at least 10 years away from even developing a vehicle to even get an ICBM to the U.S. So how were they going to get it here?
Well, according to...
And I thought it was obliterated.
Well, the obliterated thing, I don't know. Trump said that they all of a sudden they went from obliterated to they rose from the dead again. You know, it's like Jesus. He rose on the third day. Their nuclear program rose again on the third day. It was Nuclear Sunday, Palm Sunday. So according to Trump, yeah, they were obliterated last June around this time, but over the winter, they decided to make a few extra nukes. Maybe Santa brought them some nukes.
They decided to play Jesus and rise from the dead, huh?
Yeah, something like that. Because you're right. You are correct. The way him and Pete Hegseth, and I think even Marco Rubio, were celebrating how obliterated Iran's nuclear program was. Yeah, that almost sounds like President Bush's mission accomplished banner, where you're bragging about something and clearly what you're talking about is not true. But they did make it sound like Iran was totally obliterated.
Well, see, the thing is that you take a look at what they accomplished over the last 100 days. This is the longest 6 weeks I've ever seen in my life. Because they said 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is the longest 6 weeks I've seen in my life. They failed to plan, or they were just straight up stuck on stupid and allowed the Strait of Hormuz to be shut for 100 days, okay, which affected the entire world economy, not just the U.S. economy. We ended up with the damn Middle East, the Gulf states attacked. Bahrain, all our military facilities in Bahrain, more damage was done than what they're letting on to. They hit the UAE, they hit Saudi, I think they hit Qatar, I think they hit Oman. They definitely hit
Kuwait.
Then they hit
Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Oman. Yeah. I mean, it was 13. Yeah. It's 13 bases they hit. I don't know where they all located.
And don't forget the airport.
Yeah.
In Dubai. Don't forget the large LNG plant. I think was in the UAE that they hit. That is going to take 2 to 3 years to repair. Okay, I think it was UAE, but it was a large LNG plant that they hit. They caused the price of fertilizer to go through the freaking roof. Okay, which resulted
has that been realized yet? Because obviously the farmers need that.
Yes, it's been realized. It's been realized because you're going into planting season and prepping the fields.
So when will it be realized by the consumer at the end of it?
Probably when they go to harvest, and then it's going to impact. Probably go to harvest. It's going because that's where they got to recoup the cost of buying the fertilizer.
So the crops that fertilizer grew will cost a lot more.
Exactly. Not only that, you take a look at the amount of diesel fuel that a decent sized farm uses. I mean, they got those big combines and all of that stuff. All that stuff runs on diesel. And then you got the diesel that has to be moved, that has to be used by the tractor trailers to get the things to the crops to wherever market they go to or whatever. I don't know.
So what are you suggesting, that Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner may cost a few bucks more?
What I'm suggesting is, and excuse my French, is that Trump fucked it up for everybody. That's what I'm suggesting. And this is what the president of Shell said. The president of Shell said that even once the Strait of Hormuz opens,
it is going to take about 6 months to get back to normal. Now, they know.
Why is that? Why? Wait. Why do you think? Is it the mines? Why is it going to take 6 months?
Because to get the fields back up to pumping, to get the tankers, you got to get all of them out of the strait, then you got to bring in the new ones. So she said it's going to be 6 months. That's the president of Shell. That's not somebody in a think tank. That's somebody that's sitting up there that is started out as a geologist. That is what she said on Amalpar and Company. She was interviewed by Walter Isaacson.
But what is normal? You say get things back up to normal. Right now, the price of fuel, it's certainly higher than it was before the war began, but it's come down enough, and Americans have been used to paying so much for fuel that, listen, I'm somebody who drives myself 80, 90 miles a day for work. So I fill up my tank probably 2.5 times a week. And the fuel prices right now for me are manageable because they've come down about $1 a gallon, which is, like I said, still higher than they were before the war. But we got used to paying so much. So you're saying that 6 months until things are normal. If it freezes where it's at now, I think a lot of Americans can handle it.
She's talking, because they have got your mindset,
right,
and trained to think like that. Oh, well, gas was $4.30. Oh, well, now it's $3.63, so I can handle that. I'm good with that.
Yep.
But it's still taking money out of your pocket. It's still taking money out of the farmers' pockets.
That is true.
Okay, and when you look at all of it, at the end of the day, what did we get out of this that we did not have in, what was that, August of June 2015, 2018, whatever the month.
With you talking about with the JCPOA?
When he pulled out of the JCPOA, what is going to be? I think they may be able to add a military component, but when you look at what we've done versus what we're going to get out of the end result, what did we gain?
Well, I can answer that. The answer to what do we gain out of what Trump did after getting rid of the JCPOA depends on a simple factor. Do you trust your commander in chief? Because if you trust Trump, he has answers for what we got out of it. If you don't trust him and you don't believe what he's saying, then the answer is going to be nothing. But if you believe Trump, then we prevented a country from getting a bomb that they were going to use on us in a week or two, is what he said. And that's what you got out of it. You got to live. And that's what he was saying when they were asking him about how do you feel about the fact that Americans are struggling to pay gas prices? He said, I'm saving lives. I'm preventing them from using a bomb on people.
Once again, it's not to me, it's not whether or not I believe what he said. I'm looking at what we got out of it.
You can't see getting to live. That's not something tangible that you can see. But if he stopped them from developing a bomb that they were going to use, if what he is saying is true, and I'm gonna be clear, I don't believe that at all. Certainly with what you just said, even too, that even if they did develop the bomb, they don't have the intercontinental framework to launch it all the way to America. So I don't believe we were in danger of being bombed by Iran in any form or capacity. But there are people that do believe that.
Once again, damn what you believe. What is the fact? The fact is that we went over, we attacked a sovereign country, we killed thousands of people, including school-age kids. We caused the Middle East, the Gulf countries, to be attacked. We caused worldwide disruption in the fuel markets and other things. And what did we get out of it? Not what you believe we got out of it. What did we get out of it? We did not get not being attacked by a nuclear bomb because we were not getting that anyway.
Well, but that depends on if you believe President Trump and Netanyahu. They say different.
I'm not talking about what you believe, Tim. I'm talking about what I'm talking about the reality.
What happened? My caller must have got a phone call. Well, give him a quick second.
I'm talking about the reality. The reality of the situation is
You can't prove reality, though. You can't prove that.
Let me ask you this, though. The Ayatollah, the Ayatollah put a fatwa against them developing a nuclear weapon.
True.
Now, anytime they put a fatwa on anything else, we believe it.
True.
But he put one against that, and now they don't believe it. Come on, Tim.
I'm on your side with this. I'm on your side with this. But what I'm simply saying is, if you believe Trump and Netanyahu, you're on the other side of what we're saying.
Then if you believe Trump and Netanyahu, then you're living in the same alternate reality that Trump is living in. Because you got to think about it. Trump isn't living in the real world. Trump is living in a reality in his head. Look at what the hell he says. Look at what he does. Look at what he's done to the country, and look at what he's done to DC. We got a freaking pool that's green, that wasn't green before, that went from $1.4 million to $13 million. We got a freaking east wing of the White House tore up, and now they have the paperwork that's saying that the taxpayer dollars is going to cover at least $300 million of it.
Yeah, but you talking about, look at what he's done to DC. How do you respond? I got MAGA certainly on yesterday's program pointing out when you ask what has Trump done for the black community, how about the fact, this is what they're telling me, that he took a heavily crime-ridden city like DC, beautified it, and reduced crime in DC significantly. How about that? You're saying what he's doing in DC. He brought down crime in DC. What say you?
That's bullshit. That is a total
You don't believe he brought down crime at all in that town?
That is a total lie. Most of the National Guard in DC was downtown around the National Mall and around the downtown area, which is already the most police area probably in the freaking country. No, he didn't. You go check it. The crime is back to what it was before. It really didn't go down that much in the southeast, which is over in the hood, the northeast, some of the northeast also. So no, but look at what he's done. Look at what he's done. He freaking demolished the whole wing of the White House. He spent $14 million on a reflecting pool. He's trying to desecrate or deface or whatever the hell you want to call it, the Trump shit he's trying to put up that's gonna block the path of the view between the Lincoln Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and the entrance to Arlington Cemetery.
Yeah, you're talking about the Tribunal Arch.
With the big traffic circle where you want to put that arch at. That ain't gonna happen. He freaking desecrated the Kennedy Center by putting his name on it.
That came down though, didn't it?
They still got the tarp up because he didn't want people to see them taking his
Let
name.
me ask you that. Now I know he told the courts that they've removed his name, but the tarp is still up. Why is the tarp up? Do you believe that his name has actually been removed? Why is the tarp still up?
It's been taken down. Yeah, it's been taken down.
How do you know?
They had a picture of the D being taken down. It's been taken down. Trust me, people been out there.
So what's the tarp for? What the hell is the tarp for?
Because so when they put his name up, you notice all they had was the bucket, and they put
right. They didn't need a tarp to put his name up. So what's the tarp for taking it down?
He did not want people seeing his name being taken down. That's why they put the tarp up. See, it's all in his. I'm telling you, Trump is totally detached from reality. And anybody that follow him and believe all this BS that he puts out, which sometimes you repeat, anybody that believe anything this dude says, they got a problem because he's a pathological liar, Tim. There's no getting around that.
Well, I had MAGA reaction. I had MAGA reaction earlier. He said, "Yeah, Trump sometimes tells lies, but he says he lies with a purpose." So there's a
How do you lie with a purpose?
All right, some kind of method to the madness.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But look at what he's doing. Until 2016, how many times did the state of our electoral system dominate the news like it is now? Until he came on the scene.
Not at all.
You know, and we had contested elections. We had with the hanging Chad. Remember that?
Yeah.
With
in 2000 with Al Gore and George Bush, yeah. In 2000.
You know, you had the head of CISA that said in 2020 we had the safest election.
Hold on a second. Real quick in the comments. MAGA says, why do I not say the purpose? Keeping oil low. So he's saying that Trump was lying constantly about, because he lied and said 39, well, he said 39 different times we were approaching a ceasefire with Iran. And MAGA is in the comments saying the purpose of him lying like that was to keep oil prices down. So he was telling us a lie with a purpose.
So he was manipulating the markets. He was making money off of it, probably, just like those 737 trades that he
absolutely,
made.
He absolutely was making money off of it.
So and his people, if you notice, every time something would happen, he'd come out and make a statement, and boom, the price of oil go down and the market goes up. And then he goes away. He did it, 37 times? Somebody say everyone lies for a reason. A lie is a lie. When you're the president of the United States and you're lying and the whole world is listening to you, that's a problem.
Yeah, I've never heard, and I see in the comments, I got Aaron saying that it's only okay when Democrats lie. I've never seen MAGA say when you're saying it's only okay when Democrats lie. When you heard Obama say, if you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor, I didn't see any Republicans saying, yeah, okay, I guess I understand why he said that. No, you held them accountable too.
You know what? And they still talk about that today.
Yeah.
They still talk about that today, even though that's a statement. Some people say a lot about it. Maybe doing the developing of it, maybe that's what they believe. It didn't work out that way, you know. But who you know in the last 100 years have lied like Trump lied? Name me a Democrat.
Well, it's gonna be impossible, because I would counter by saying, name me a politician that's been on TV or been in the media as much as Trump. So he lies. I agree with you, but the problem is, for somebody like myself who's been to a couple of Trump rallies, he goes around at these rallies saying the same thing over and over again. Like the 2020 election, he talks about that even now, just about at every press conference. So if you get up there and say the 2020 election was stolen, which historically is clearly a lie, he hasn't been able to prove that in 6 years. Every time you say that, that's counting as a lie. And he's probably, that one thing alone, the 2020 election saying it was rigged or saying it was stolen, that one lie he's probably told about 10,000 times, because he says it everywhere he goes, is that the election was stolen.
And you know what? They always say it until they step in a court of law.
Yeah.
Now, when they step in a court of law, all of a sudden you got crickets, because your ass go to jail because you're lying, you're committing perjury. Now you guys what was that you were talking about right before I came on?
I don't know, but it's got to be quick because we're pushed for time at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty much it is what it is. He lied. We're gonna end up with the same deal, basically, that we had coming out of the JCPOA, and Iran, we didn't get regime change, because you got the ones that are not worse than that.
Yeah.
They still got ICBMs. They still got drones. We did not get the uranium, because it's down. It's so deep you can't get to it. So what did we get out of this besides spending $40 to $50 billion?
Well, he's going to hold a speech on this on Friday. Hopefully, he explains it at that point. Travel man.
That's another thing, right quick. Hold on a minute.
Real quick.
We signed a deal on Monday, but we can't tell you about it till Friday. What is Friday? You know where I'm going.
Yeah.
What is Friday?
It's not a holiday, is it? It's Juneteenth?
It's Juneteenth.
Oh my God.
And also the opening of the Obama Presidential Center on Friday.
So it's a good way to bury the lead.
Hey, what can you say?
He's a smart man. He knows how to manipulate the media. I gotta go, Travelman. He's your president. I gotta go. Tap the screen. He is your president. Are you going to? You guys are. Let me bring. Coming by way of recommendation. Gangsta Grandma. You've been. What have you done to my audience, Gangsta Grandma?
They don't like you, ugly ass.
They love
They
me.
love me. They love me. I told you I have white friends. I told you I did. I love her to death. I don't like maggots, I tell you.
That is an awful name to call a group of voters.
I don't give a fuck. Are they gonna whoop my ass? Hell to the fuck to the no. They're too special. They can't. You know what, Tim? You cater to these sorry asses. You cater to the napkin
I don't
people.
cater to any of my people. This is about having a civilized conversation.
You cater to the napkin people.
This is not
You
catering.
Really do.
There's no catering happening here. This is civilized.
Okay, you be doing this and going down your throat like it's like you know what I'm saying. And you know what I'm saying?
What
It
the
gets tickles your tonsils.
You're crazy.
And I thought they wasn't that big.
Okay,
but they be tickling your tonsils though.
You're crazy. Hang on a second. Real quick, in regards to my poll, and by the way, help your boy with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes, particularly the TikTok cap. Wow, you guys are horrible. Help your boy out. The poll we got going on YouTube, 225 respondents so far. Who do you trust more, President Trump or the nation of Iran? It's pretty close. 52% are saying they trust President Trump. 48% saying the nation of Iran.
Did you know how special
Thank
ed
you,
they
Louis.
are?
Go ahead. Say
You know how
that.
special ed they are for real, the napkin? Let me break this down to you. Venezuela's oil, right? They really believe, they truly, truly, truly believe that they are over here processing their oil in Texas when we can't do that in the United States because of the oil is not what we use because it has too much salt in it. We can't put it in our tank. It would eat it up. Do you see how stupid these mofos are? Do you?
Well,
that's how dumb these people are. They believe anything. They believe anything.
They don't believe Obama. They don't believe Biden.
Because Obama was a black man. Oh, God forbid. You feel what I'm saying? God forbid. You believe a black man. They didn't believe Biden because Biden was going for black people. Biden was a black president. He did a lot for our black community. He really did. And don't tell me he did it because I got shit from him.
You saying Biden?
Shut your fucking ass up.
Vote for me and you ain't black. Biden was a black president?
Hell yeah.
Really?
Hell yeah. What the fuck? We vote for napkin people that wanted us underneath the damn jail. We vote for napkin people that want us out in the field like black jobs. Get the fuck out.
I gotta ask you the question on behalf of my beloved MAGA. What did Biden do for black
put
people?
You in a tree. What did he do? He gave us the opportunity to have black-owned businesses. Do you realize that black-owned businesses boomed underneath Biden? I opened 2 of them. I opened dispensaries under Biden. Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
I'm hearing that Trump made sure that African Americans could go to school by donating money or allocating money to HBCUs.
Oh my fucking God. Here we go. $2 billion. Are you serious? And guess what he did with that? He put it to all universities. They have black folks. He didn't put it just for that. No, he did not. No, he did not. So miss me. But guess who did the most though? Biden.
I'm not hearing. It's interesting you would say this, and I'm not disagreeing with you guys, but it's interesting you would say this because I'm not hearing a lot of love towards Biden from the black community. They obviously like him more than Trump, but
no, you're not gonna do this.
Talk
the
to me.
20% that voted for, I want the PPE loans. I thought he was gonna give us more money. They won't give him no love. But guess who gave him that money? The Democrats did.
That ain't what I'm saying. Take Trump out of the picture. Let's just focus on Biden only. I'm not hearing a lot of the African American community talking about how great Biden was.
No, that's not true. Black women talked highly about Biden. See, the educated talked about Biden. See, Biden didn't come on national TV and brag about what he was doing. He should have. He should have said what he was doing for us, but he was humble. He was in the office doing what he was supposed to do, not on national TV and bragging about the shit.
Well,
not on national TV and lying and falling asleep on national TV and going to games. He was in the office doing what he was supposed to do.
if he wasn't falling asleep, why was he coined with the name Sleepy Joe Biden?
Because they hated him.
Ooh.
The white people hated him because he was going for us. He was going for the black and brown community. He was helping the black and brown community. See, Biden was helping he was helping us, but he was passing laws to help us. He was the first president that got the anti-lynching bill.
Are you suggesting that Biden was a ninja lover? And for my YouTube folks, tap this, better yet, smash that like button on YouTube. Smash that like button, helps out the algorithm.
How about that, though?
What?
That was Biden. That was Biden that got us from not being lynched. Remember that?
I'm saying,
hello.
based on what you're saying they didn't like Biden because Biden was looking out for blacks. You're making it sound like Biden was a ninja lover.
Black people.
Black people, yeah. Black people. Black people.
Yes.
Are you saying that Biden was a ninja lover?
He loved our soul food, okay? Okay.
All right, so I don't know. I still don't see a lot of love from the African American community
Let
towards
me tell
Biden.
you something. There's a lot of love for Biden. Let me break this shit down to you again. The only reason why a black woman's not in office is because of racism and misogyny, okay? And look what they did to Michelle Obama at the USC fight, calling her a fucking man. See, black women, every time there's a white person in office or whatnot, they always call them masculine and stuff because, black women are strong. Black women held the black man on their backs during slavery and stuff. See, people don't want to talk about the real shit.
They didn't say that about. Wait. They didn't say that about Condoleezza Rice. So you're wrong on that.
That's not true. They be talking. You know what? They don't like none of our asses. The white tea people want us there. Not all white tea people. I'm talking about the racist ones. Not our allies. Not our allies. Okay. But the maggots that want us up here, that don't want us here, they want this damn country to be white again. And this country never was white, Tim. This country was brown and copper. No, she wasn't a horrible candidate, bitch. You just don't like black women. So shut your ass up with your napkin-looking ass.
No, I'm going to agree with the commenter. She was not a good candidate. Kamala Harris, this woman right here.
Get the white cock out your mouth.
It ain't got nothing to do with white cock. She was not a good candidate.
Get your white cock out your mouth. It's tickling your tonsils. It's tickling your tonsils. That's why I call you a bitch, because you like it. See, let me tell you something. Your actions make you a bitch. Not you personally, but your actions.
What kind of actions? Describe some of these actions. I want you to elaborate. What actions am I perpetrating that's making me a bitch?
You allowed a white man up here yesterday, and I wanted to choke the fuck out you last night, but I was too fucking hot. You let a white man say, yeah, that was true about her being a man. Yeah, and then you laughed about it.
No, I did not.
You laughed about it.
No, I did not.
You did. Tim, I bought you to go look. I wanted to come up and choke the fuck out your ass. But yes, you laughed about it. Yes,
I did not laugh at that. I did not laugh about that. No, I did not.
You laughed about it. Yes, you did.
I think we were talking to MAGA Reacts. I think he was the one that was saying it was funny.
And you thought the shit was funny.
No, I didn't.
You allow the white people to talk shit about us black women.
Hold on.
And I bashed the white people. Oh, he's so racist.
I tell you right off the bat, what you're saying is bullshit. I allow white people to speak just like you do without censorship. You just don't like what they have to say.
You allow the racism. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech.
No, Travelman, I didn't do that.
Race is not hate speech.
You do realize, while you were suggesting that I'm letting whites be racist, you do realize they think you're racist too, right?
They think I'm racist because I call the bitches out. They think I'm racist because I tell them that they are racist. What are you talking about?
I'm just telling you, I let people speak. You just don't agree with them.
Speak the truth. I say, when MAGA Reacts talk shit, he's being racist, Tim. Oh, you're being racist. Or when I say
Do you
white
want?
people
Let me
are
ask it to
being
you.
racist.
Let me ask it to you. Do you want me to start censoring white people?
Oh my fucking
It's a
God.
simple
Let me
question.
tell you something. Tim, you allow the racism. And then when I speak on it, you say I'm racist. You won't call their asses out on it.
All
But when
this.
I call their asses out, oh, you're being racist. Oh, that's being. No, I am calling
Do
you
I
out.
censor you? Do I censor you?
Yeah, you really do because you call me racist.
I don't censor you.
really
I let
do.
you say whatever the hell you want.
You do. Why are you being racist?
Do I
So why don't
censor
call-
you?
So
Do I
yes,
censor you?
When you call me racist, you're trying to censor me. But you don't do it to the white man that calls black women fucking men. Go fucking figure.
Well,
Go
first
fucking
of
figure.
all,
Go
calling
fucking
a woman a man is not racist. It's
figure.
sexist.
A black woman, Michelle Obama, that is being racist, Tim. That is being racist.
All the stuff you have said about Melania Trump being naked, all the awful stuff you said.
That's not being racist. Her body looks fucked up, tore up, and a flub. I've never seen a fucking white vajayjay tore up like that. That's not being racist. That's being fucking real. I'll never go down a white woman. Because I seen that shit, I would die before I do that.
First of all, there's
That's not being racist, my ninja. That's being real.
Melania.
I would go down on a black woman before I go down on a white woman.
First of all,
Hallelujah.
I've seen Melania Trump unclothed. She looks fine. She looks
You
fine.
fuck anything. You're a fucking hole in a wall.
What? Does she look that bad to you? Melania Trump, the first lady.
I'm a bisexual and I love fucking females. I like coochie and tits. And when I seen that shit, hell yeah. You tore up from the floor. You'll fuck anything. You'll fuck a dog. Okay? Hello.
I think you got that one wrong. You need to go back and look at Melania again.
No, honey. I didn't get shit wrong. I didn't get shit wrong.
She was a model.
What the hell are you talking about?
She was actually a model.
If that was called a fucking model, hell no. Nope. No. That's not
You
no
do
model.
realize a wealthy real estate mogul like Trump, he ain't fucking with no bullshit. All of his girls are gonna look decent.
She was in the files, and guess who got her in it with Trump? Yeah.
I'm talking about his adult women. I'm talking about his adult women.
Sorry.
Trump
that
ain't.
Coochie was not all that, honey. That was like, oh my God. How can I say it to be polite? Like pink undercooked, like roast beef type of shit. What are you talking about?
YouTube viewers, I need you to smash that like button on my YouTube viewers. It doesn't cost you anything.
is
Smash that like
something
button.
I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole and my dog's Winky.
I don't.
That was the
Your comments about Melania Trump are just wrong. She looked fine doing it.
Okay, that's my opinion. I won't fuck that. You will fuck a hole in the wall, and I guarantee you will fuck that. Your little winky dinky will get hard to that. My coochie will not get wet to that, okay? Hallelujah. My coochie will get wet to chocolate only, not to burnt mayonnaise that looks fucked up, tore up from the floor up. No.
And that doesn't describe Melania Trump at all.
That does describe. I seen her. I said, good God, what is that? I didn't even know it was her till they told me it was her. I'm being real. I couldn't even get high enough. Okay, I couldn't even get high enough to fuck that. You know how they say that you could get 2 shots and you get shots and you get drunk and you can fuck anything? No, I could not even get drunk enough and get high enough to do that. No.
I mean, not only was that
what was you seeing that I was seeing? Because what I was seeing and what you're seeing are 2 different enchiladas. And no, I could never.
And I see in the comments, John says Melania was not a legitimate model. She was what they call a comfort woman. Well,
I don't know what kind of model you say she was, but that shit, I mean, good God, no, that turned me away from white women.
What do you think she looked? That's when she was younger. So now that she's in her late 40s, what do you think she looked like now?
Oh, nasty, worse. You don't, white tea women don't age nice. That would be like, oh my God, her lips fight to the floor like the white tea men's balls are. Oh my God, could never. Tim,
So what would you look? Since you dibble and dabble in women as well, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give Melania Trump?
-0.
Michelle Obama.
A 10.
What?
Because she's beautiful.
What?
Michelle Obama is beautiful. She is beautiful. You know what makes her beautiful?
What?
Because she's educated. Yes. Yeah.
So Michelle gets a 10 and Melania.
Beautiful.
You sure it's not their politics interfering with your grading system?
No. When I seen that white tea coochie, it just made me fucking fall the hell out. I couldn't get drunk enough. You men say it. Don't you men say that if you get drunk enough, it looks good? Not to me. It can be, Tim. I swear. I swear, Tim, you're so thirsty and desperate. You'll fuck a white tea woman over anything, and it's nasty looking. It's nasty. That's why I said you'll fuck a hole in a wall. Me, personally, I won't fuck a hole in a wall. I got class. I'll fuck chocolate over anything.
First of all, I don't think either one of the women are a 10, but I don't think either one of them are 0 either.
Because her whole personality is a 10. She's educated. She came from the grad school, Tim. She was a lawyer and every damn thing else. She's very educated. That's why the white tea men don't like her, because she shits on them. She shits on the white women.
Diamos in the comments says you won't say Melania is hot because you're a racist.
She's not hot to me. Her coochie is horrible. I seen it. I'm sorry. I don't fuck on mayonnaise, burnt mayonnaise. That's horrible. Like roast beef type of shit. Horrible.
You kind of remind me You remind me of Eddie Murphy in Boomerang, where he's looking at the woman's feet.
Eddie Murphy was all shit. Eddie Murphy wouldn't even fuck on that, okay?
I gotta move it on. We'll leave it at this.
Okay, Tim, I got one last thing to say, Tim.
Sure, go ahead.
You need to call out the white people. You like to call my ass the fuck out. Say, I'm so racist. Because I say that they look like burnt-ass mayonnaise. Then you need to call they white tea trailer trashes out. Because they be saying racist-ass shit. And start saying black people, not blacks. And don't let them say it.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. Gangsta Grandma, thank you for coming through. Real quick in the comments, Kel Brew said, so you say Trump was a good candidate because he promised good stuff, even though he has not delivered, but Harris was a bad candidate because she didn't differ from Biden. Yeah, actually, that is what I say. I say as a politician, as a candidate for office, your job is to say what resonates with the people, what gets you elected. Oftentimes, it does involve lying. Trump was really good at saying what resonated with voters. Kamala Harris, not as much. Not as much. So I do believe that Trump was a better candidate than Kamala Harris. However, that doesn't mean Trump is a better politician while in office than Kamala Harris. Because Trump promised a lot of great things that resonated with the people that he has not delivered on. I don't know what Kamala Harris would have done because she didn't get elected, but I don't believe Kamala Harris would have broken as many campaign promises as Trump has. And I say that because Trump made a bunch of outlandish campaign promises that really, when you think about it, there was no way he could meet them. Like ending wars in 24 hours. Kamala Harris didn't say crazy shit like that. Bringing down grocery prices on day one. He said he was going to cut all your energy bills by 50% in 12 months. He was going to lower the cost of rent. I mean, Kamala Harris didn't make crazy statements like that. But as a result, she didn't resonate with the people as much. Trump made all these wild statements. MAGA and a lot of independents and even some African Americans and colored people or minorities bought into this stuff. And there you go. You got Trump in office. But I think he made a far better campaigner than he does a politician. because as a politician, he's not meeting most of those promises. And in the comments, Q says, so people are gullible. Yes. And the more desperate they are, the more gullible they will be. I think Trump really softened up the voting population by convincing Americans that the country was even worse off under Biden than it actually was. And I'm not pretending like the country was doing great under Biden, but it was nowhere near as bad as Trump was portraying it. So he softened you up so much that you were just desperate to get something different. And then he got in there and he didn't have to deliver on much of any of that stuff. But keep in mind, economically, we're not doing much better than we were under Biden. The country's not noticeably improved from Biden to Trump. In fact, in many areas, we're doing worse. But yet, he now has the same group of people that are like, well, you know, short-term pain for long-term gain. Same economic picture under Biden. They were desperate. I could barely afford to live. I'm drowning. It's horrible. Trump comes in, ain't changed nothing. In some cases, the metrics got worse, and suddenly, well, short-term pain for long-term gain. So yeah, there's some gullible people in it too. I'm not going to deny that. There's some gullible people in it too. Kamala is not black. Her father is Irish and Hindu. He only lived in Jamaica. They lied to you for the black vote. If you're part Jamaican, you're black. End of discussion. It's as simple as that. If you're part Jamaican and you live in America, you're going to be counted among the black population. So I don't know what you're talking about. Her father is Irish. Go get a man that's, you said her father is Irish and Hindu. Go get a person that's part Irish, part Hindu, and let them mate with a Jamaican and have that child grow up in America. You tell me that kid is not black. That kid will be black by every stretch of the imagination. And I'll submit this to you. If Kamala Harris didn't run for president, she would be black in your eyes as well. That's the only thing that changed her from being a black woman. She was running for the nation's highest office. Same thing with Obama. Nobody was saying Obama as a senator was not black. The minute he runs for president, now all of a sudden all this other shit comes in. Both of those people, and this happens with anybody of color that tries to run for the nation's highest office, because they didn't just do it to Obama and Kamala Harris. They were also doing the same shit to Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. Their race was getting them attacked too, and they're Republicans. They were all over them too. There were comments telling both Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy to go back where they came from. There is a contingent of this country that does not like black people, or brown people, or colored people, people of color. It's pretty clear that exists. And most of it is on the right. There's no denying that. Most of it's on the right. Most of the sites you've seen that shit, X, Truth Social, like I said, Vivek has been completely loyal to President Trump. When he tried to run for office, though, man, they came at him. They came at him hard. And Nikki Haley's been fairly on Trump's side as well until she ran for office too. And the same thing, they were all over her. Vote for me or you ain't Browns. Michelle Obama is not educated. Really, I don't know. It depends on what your definition of educated is. Michelle Obama would be considered as highly educated in America. Doesn't she have a Harvard education? Doesn't she? She went to Harvard. I'm not going to ask my device, but I believe she went to Harvard. My guess is Michelle Obama is probably more educated than just about all of the 1,000 or so people watching me across the platforms. She's very educated. She's very educated. Not only is she educated, she probably could have won the nation's highest office. She absolutely could win lower offices easily. If Michelle Obama ran for mayor, fucking congresswoman, senator would be a little tougher. But if she ran for congresswoman, easily picked the right district, she could easily do that. She ran for senator in Illinois, guaranteed victory. She could probably guarantee the victory. If she ran for governor of Illinois, she would almost guarantee to get that. Michelle Obama could easily get a lot of positions. A poor white trash calling Michelle Obama. I can't argue with you, Jay. Obama got voted in twice, proving the USA is not racist, but that will never be good enough for y'all. So we got one black president out of 40 some odd guys, and all it takes is that one, and we're good now, huh? Okay, all right. No, it got racism goes well beyond just voting in a president. You do realize, don't you? I mean, Obama didn't fix what's going on in police departments and courtrooms all across America. Just voting this one dude in that races all the other areas that racism is taking place on. Banks not loaning black, all of them folks just straighten their act out because Obama got elected, huh? Okay, yeah. In the comments, show a better candidate. That makes sense. I'm agreeing with you on that. The racists are coming out of the woodwork. That's what Trump's FBI said in 2017. He did say that. In the comment. Yeah, thank you, Danny Dan, for saying Gangsta C, he does push back. Damn right. Danny, appreciate the comment, appreciate the acknowledgement, appreciate it. Thank you. I do push back. I just don't push back in the way that Gangsta Grandma does. I don't call people all kinds of awful names, but I'm not saying anything now that I haven't said before. Trayvon Martin happened when Obama was in office. That's a good point. That's an absolute, yeah. Voting in a black president doesn't mean the country's not racist. Keep in mind, there's a whole lot of people in this country that didn't vote for Obama. So you're going to tell me that racism just disappears? What about all the folks that didn't vote for him that was calling them primates and all kinds of shit? That makes no sense. All the far-right racist extremist groups support Trump. True when you say far-right. I do believe there's racism amongst African Americans and racism on the left, but I do believe that if you do not like people of color, chances are highly likely you're politically leaning right. Even when Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves and they were Republicans, the Republican Party during the time of Abraham Lincoln was a left-leaning party. In fact, they were called progressives. I mean, just if you do not like people of color, now like I said, there are people of color that don't like white people that lean left. So there could be racists on both sides, but I do believe that if you do not like people of color, chances are highly likely that you politically lean right. Melania is a Russian mail order bride. She's not from Russia, is she? She's from Slovenia or something like that. Dude, if the USA was as something in a, what did you say? If the USA was as in a army racist as you say, Obama would have never been elected. Facts. You know, I'm sure they said after slavery ended, if the United States was racist, they would have never freed African Americans. But then we had a ton of Jim Crow. I'm sure they said if the country was not racist, they would not have given black civil rights. There's steps. I'm not saying 2026 America is as racist as 1826 America, but I'm also not going to pretend like it's not in existence. I think you don't really, there's levels to racism. Our country is nowhere near as racist as it was 100 years ago. Or even 100 years ago, it was nowhere near as racist as it was 200 years ago. Progress has been made. Significant progress has been made. But it's a difference between progress and perfection. We are not at the era of perfection. That's the point I'm trying to make. Tim doesn't know what it means to be black. Really? So what, I've been going around the country as a white man, Travis Dixon? God. Anyway, they didn't give us civil rights. Travel men, yes and no. Obviously, we had to fight our asses off for civil rights. But in that fight were a lot of people that were not people of color. There were a lot of what they call it N-word lovers that died trying to get us civil rights as well. So, and by the way, John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert, they all were working with Martin Luther King. So there's some give and some fight in there. There are some that will qualify as they didn't, but there's also some in there that was, there are people that go all the way back to the era of slavery that were against slavery. There were plenty of white people that were abolitionists. So there was some give and there's some fight in there. So you're not wrong, but some of it, there's some give in there as well. I mean, there are people who hid slaves out. You know, when you look at the whole, what is their name? Harriet Tubman. There are white houses that let them hide in there. There are white houses people would put candles in the window to let you know that this home is a. You ever see the houses with the candle in each window? There's a tale that go back that suggests that those candles meant this is a safe house. If you're on the run, this is a sanctuary home for slaves that were on the run up north. You ever seen those houses out in the middle of nowhere, candle in each window? Anyway, the Supreme Court just gutted the Civil Rights Act. That's a good point. Good point. And they had Clarence Thomas as part of that crew. So it's irritating that people act like MLK is the only one that fought for it. Well, without MLK, it wouldn't happen, Shanti. That's probably why they're giving him. I mean, obviously, he ended up dying fighting for it, which is why he gave that speech, you know, we'll reach the promised land. I may not get there with you, but we will as a people. I mean, he was letting you know to some degree, this probably is going to happen over my dead body, but eventually, if you guys keep the fight up that I've helped initiate, you guys will get there. You have the fight in you now. I may not be around for the success of it, but keep up this fight. You know, look, the guy was a pastor, so maybe he was touched by the word and was told that you're doing the right thing, but you know, you may be called home before you succeed. Looking in the comments, something other than black, Tim. What do you mean something other than black? Well, we purchased our slaves from Arabs. So if they prefer going back to an Arab-controlled territory in Africa, so be it. No, you don't. It doesn't work like that. You need. I don't know what to do with that. Anyhow, folks, I appreciate the 122,000 and some of you folks that showed the program some love. Kavanaugh had a grape charge and was investigated by the FBI 1 week. You talking about the Brett Kavanaugh, the Supreme Court Justice? Yeah. Whoever said that needed to shut the fuck up. You guys in this comment section. Thank you folks on YouTube for smashing that like button. In regards to that poll, who do you trust more? President Trump or the nation of Iran? Right at 300 votes, right at 300 respondents. And it's about an even split, close to an even split. 54% say they trust President Trump more. The nation of Iran got 46%. So that goes to show you the trust of our commander-in-chief is broken. That's a lot. I mean, my polls are small and underground, but I got a pretty diverse audience, especially on YouTube. I got plenty of MAGA that watch me on YouTube. So that says a lot that 50% of the respondents are saying, almost 50%, 46% of the respondents are saying they trust Iran more than Trump. Now, if I ask on TikTok or some of my other more left-leaning platforms, it's going to be even worse. But that says a lot. There's a lot of folks that do not trust the commander-in-chief. That could cause a problem for him going forward and throughout history in his legacy. It's your boy, Tim the Handsome Liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Y'all take care. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in as always.